What's up, yo? Bit of a quiet period in the cycle, huh?
Rick, is that you?
That's me.
Oh my gosh. Welcome back, stranger. Haven't heard
Thank
you in
you.
months.
Yeah, I
And
know. Sorry, I've been a bit slack. I haven't dropped in here in a while.
we're glad to hear your voice. We heard Fly the you got the
Yeah.
Aussies back.
Oh, that's good. Hey, I'm coming to the US very
Stop
soon.
it. Finally,
Yeah, yeah. It's finally happening.
vacation or
Um,
business?
yeah, just like a vacation, just for fun,
Good.
really. Just to see the place, meet whoever's down to catch up for a drink or lunch or whatever. If I'm in your city or yeah.
Good for you. That's awesome. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Yeah, it should be fun. Can't wait. Very soon. It's on the 29th of June is when I fly out
Where are you
of
flying
Australia.
into?
LA. So LAX.
Well, you got Tana
Um,
over there. Tana's
oh
your
yeah.
girl.
Yep.
She's our LA
Cool.
girl. Yeah.
She's from LA? Okay, cool.
Yeah. She actually was
Yeah, I'll
just
have to
on here.
catch up with her and ah. Yeah,
Okay, I'm
she
gonna
can
jump
be
off
like
here.
my LA tour guide.
Yes, yeah. She'd love it. Yeah, you should
Yeah.
message her,
Yeah,
DM her.
that'd be great. I'm hiring a car, so I'm gonna at least be adventuring around for the first couple of days. I've got accommodation in Sherman Oaks to begin with, and then I've just
Yeah,
got to figure it out from there. I'm kind of winging it. I don't have any like hard plans anywhere, but I've got an idea of roughly where I want to go, and yeah, it's just a matter of bouncing around. I'm there for a month, so it's a fairly
wow.
long time. Yeah, I want to do as much as I can. I want to see as many places. Like West Coast, East Coast, like Texas. I've got family in Texas.
Oh yeah, I was about to say,
Um,
come to Dallas, bro. I'll show you
yeah,
around.
yeah. Oh hell
Yeah,
yeah. Well, I'm there. My aunt lives in Carrollton, north of Dallas.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
My
dude,
son used to live
that's
there.
like 30
Yeah.
minutes from me.
Oh hell yeah. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I'm
sounds
close,
good,
dude.
man.
When you're here, bro, message me for sure. Let's catch a
Yeah,
beer.
sounds good. Who am I speaking to?
Helix.
Oh, Helix. Oh yeah, Helix. I know your voice. I thought I recognized your voice.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I
All
haven't
right.
been over to Kwai's channel in a bit.
Yeah, that's fair.
But good to hear that you're coming.
Yeah, it's finally happening. It's been all talk for like at least a couple of years, if not more. But yeah,
I'm
finally.
guessing you're gonna make a trip over to Miami as well.
I'm gonna try, yeah, if I can like justify it and fit it in time wise. Otherwise, like I can add that on as my second trip because I do want to come back in the winter time because I've never seen snow before, and I want to check out what it's like. Like a dream would be to like spend Christmas and New Year in the States. I think that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, there's some fun stuff to do around here.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, your country has a lot. So much to see. Every
Yeah,
state's kind
dude.
of got a different vibe. Well,
That's exactly what I was
some of
gonna
them are
say.
same,
Every
same.
state's got a
Yeah,
little different feel to it. There's
yeah.
something different with everywhere.
Especially West East, I would imagine. They're both quite different to each other. California and New York.
Yeah, that is complete opposite.
Yeah.
Rick,
You gonna fly in and see Kwai as well?
What's going on, Rick?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm gonna try and catch up with Kwai. Dbloc, I was just saying that I'm coming out to the States the
Oh,
end of this
nice.
month. I've got my tickets booked, got my visas all approved, and yeah.
Very cool. You've
On
been
my
looking
way,
forward
and
to
then
this for years.
I know it's just been like a money thing, like arranging and getting the money
It's a big
organized
trip. I
and
mean, America's
making it possible.
huge.
It is.
It's not
Yeah,
like
which is
going to
crazy.
Europe and riding around a couple countries for, you know what I mean? Like you got to take some
Yeah,
time.
definitely. Yeah, there's a lot to see.
So what's your
And
itinerary look like? What do you got on the must see list?
let me put my open mic on just so I can talk. 'Cause
Yeah.
I'm at work at the moment, but I'll let me just switch that up one sec.
Bro, if he's here for 4th of July, he's gonna experience.
Yo, there we go. Yeah, 4th of oh yeah, I'm definitely there for 4th of July.
Are you here in Dallas?
For the 4th, no, the plan is to potentially go out to Lake Havasu for the 4th of July weekend. But
Yeah, right on.
that's kind of like, yeah, if all goes to plan, it will be like that. Otherwise, yeah, like, yeah.
When do you leave?
So on the 29th, so Monday the 29th of June is when I fly out.
Okay.
And it's weird because I leave midday on the 29th and I land midday on the 29th in America. So it'll be as though no
You
time
just blink.
has passed kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then when I fly back home, I miss a day. Like I'll be missing a whole day.
Yeah, the jet lag is going to be hard on that one.
It's kind of strange. Yeah, exactly.
You going to New York?
So yeah, anyway.
What are your stops?
Yes, I do intend to go to New York.
Nice.
If time and money permits, I'll try and get down to Florida as well.
Okay.
It should be fine. I think a train is even possible to make it happen. Hey, mate.
Yeah, I've taken that ride before. Amtrak from Miami to
Yeah.
You going West Coast?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, so I fly into LA,
Oh,
and then the plan is to sort of road trip up the West Coast, and then I've got a friend in Vancouver, so in Canada. So I'm gonna hop across there and spend either a night or two there. And then it's probably gonna be like a plane trip from Seattle to the East Coast, like probably New York or something like that.
Nice. I can't wait to get your opinions on everything. It's gonna be great. You gotta tap in. Some of the most fun I've had in the past couple weeks is listening to people from all over the world that never been here, like they came for the World Cup, like give their opinions on shit. It's hilarious. You're like, not so bad. It's actually not that bad.
Oh yeah, definitely. The World Cup's gonna make it busy, and
New York is on fire right now. Right now is probably the perfect time to visit New York City. This summer, after the Knicks won, and everybody's getting along and shit, as long as you don't have a Spurs jersey on.
Yeah. Yeah. So I've heard. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, I can't wait to just try all the stuff that we don't have here, like even just down to like things like fast food. We don't have like In and Out and Five Guys and all that stuff. We don't have any of that. So and just comparing McDonald's as well, it's gonna be weird. Whataburger.
I had this Scottish dude apologize to me the other night. I ran into this couple that was here for the games, and the Scottish dude apologized to me on behalf of all Americans or whatever. He's like, I was always like the whole fat American thing, but I totally get it.
Oh yeah.
He's like, if I'm here for one more week, I'm in trouble.
Damn.
Like the food is so good, you just want to eat all day.
Oh no, I can't wait to try like either a New Jersey or New York pizza. Like
New York pizza, definitely.
As classic as I can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can't go wrong. All right, so then there's always an argument about the best New York pizza. But if you want a good example, a classic example of a slice, even if it's not the best, just for your first slice or whatever, you just need to go anywhere in Times Square to one of those dollar pizza shops.
Okay.
They are held by law and threat of violence to make a good example on tourists when it comes to when it comes to pizza. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. That's cool. Well, that sounds good to me. I'm also very keen to see like just the natural parts, just the national parks and whatnot. There's this pass called what is it called? It's called like the beautiful America pass. The America the Beautiful, and it gets you access as a tourist to the parks like
Oh, that's cool.
Yosemite, the
Yeah.
Rockies, you name it, like all your national park. If you're not a citizen, you have to buy a pass basically if you want to get in.
It makes sense. Yeah.
And I think it's like $250 and it
The
gets you
national parks are crazy,
it
bro.
gets you through
National
Even
everywhere.
parks.
as a citizen,
Some of the
you
Yeah.
still
national
need to
parks
buy
are
a
like
pass.
country size.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. So this is like a visitor pass, and then on top of that, you need to pay the entry fee, which is what you guys would pay as well anyway.
Hmm.
But yeah, beautiful, like the Rocky Mountains and all that. It just looks amazing from what I've seen in like, pictures and videos and stuff.
That drive through Cali is gonna be the one though. Driving through all those
Oh
different
yeah.
climates, because you can literally go from the desert
Yeah.
to the snow top mountains.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. Mount Shasta, Northern California. There's like, there's a couple of crypto people along that drive up the coast. So
It's cool.
be able to drop in and see them and
Oh yeah.
get a drink. But there's heaps of people on the East Coast from our community that are
We're all over the place, bro.
yeah, definitely.
That's good though. That just means
Few
that wherever you
Texans.
visit, there isn't, you're not too far from somebody.
Yeah,
Yeah, bro.
definitely.
If you fly into DFW Airport, International Airport, just let me know you up. I live like 15 minutes from the airport.
Oh,
Not even.
right on.
Oh,
Probably
Okay.
like 10.
Sounds
just
good.
saved yourself a Uber drive.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Yeah. It's nice. Yeah, I was pretty surprised at the prices of Ubers in LA. It's crazy. I think it was like from where I'm staying in Sherman Oaks from LAX, it's like a $40 ride, and it's like less than half an hour like of driving. So that's
Yeah, half an hour
getting
and
up there, man.
half an hour with no cars
Yeah.
on the road.
Yeah.
You get caught in that LA traffic
Yes.
and
That's what I was
Oh,
gonna say.
you're paying like $3 a
yeah, that's
minute for standing still on the
yeah,
highway.
But that's
that's it.
crazy. In
That's
Portugal, I paid like 45 euros off drive. I think it was
all
like,
right.
well, with tip, it was like a $60 full total with tip.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when Uber was really cheap, like back in the first like few years of Uber?
And they were trying to get as many
And that's
customers
what,
as possible. Yeah.
yeah,
There's a
building
new
up
one right now that
customer base.
I've used recently. I got my mom on it because she Ubers a lot.
Yeah.
Power or something like that. But they're sort of in
Oh,
that
okay.
phase where they're
Uh,
just giving away rides so that they're running out of loss to be able
sure, to build up
to
the
operate. Yeah,
people's familiarity.
yeah.
Yeah.
There's some
Oh, that's cool.
on chain based ones too,
Oh
which is
shit. Okay.
interesting.
Yeah, that is.
But honestly, they're
Um.
all Ubers, bro. It doesn't matter who you call. They're gonna have a Uber sticker on their car. They're gonna have a Lyft sticker on their car.
Yeah.
They're just picking up rides from wherever they can.
Definitely. Yeah, they operate. They have accounts with
Yeah.
every carrier kind of thing.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
I gave my
Yeah, telling me.
my first bad Uber rating the other day. Usually I have 5 stars everything.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, in the beginning I thought, okay, not a good experience, 1 star. Great experience, 5 star.
Mm.
Average experience, 3 stars. Apparently the way it works when you work for Uber, 3 stars, you might as well give them 1 star. It's just as bad as 1 star.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the
Shit.
drivers was, so I was like, I'll just give him 5 stars now. But this guy, bro, this guy picks me up at a restaurant and
Mm.
then tells me I can't get in his car with food.
Oh,
I'm like,
what the hell?
okay. Well, you know,
Okay.
you picked me up out of freaking rest. Wasn't even like, it was like leftovers, right? Like I brought what I had left over.
Yeah.
So I got petty. Give him
Damn.
1 star. For fun.
Yeah, that's
You're gonna have fun, bro.
fair
You're gonna
enough.
have a good time.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I'll be sure to check in every now and then and
Yeah,
update
for
everyone
sure.
with what I'm doing.
The good news
Yeah,
is that you're definitely gonna have a culture shock at one point or another. Because there's just so many different, you're
oh,
gonna
I
be in
think
so
so.
many different environments, you know?
Definitely. Yeah. I want to get off the tourist trail at times just to sort of,
Yeah, for sure.
mix with the locals, and it's going to be interesting to see how they respond to an Australian tourist coming through.
Bro, you got an Australian accent. You traveling alone or with the
Something
missus
funny.
or
Hey, mate. Um, for most of it alone. I'm possibly, I mean, nothing's locked in yet, but I'm possibly doing the West Coast road trip with a guy
okay.
uh from yeah, haven't
But no
confirmed that
girl. In other words,
things
you're not
yet, but
bringing Sam to the beach.
no, no, no,
You're gonna
no,
bring
no.
Australian accent, bro. Just look, you just gotta avoid saying anything dumb and you're in there, bro. You're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun. American women are weak for Australian accents. Some of the guys too. You are driving through Cali. Rick's gonna love it so much he's gonna get married to get a citizenship. All right, we're at that uptrend, yo. Let's see if this was enough for the type 2 here. Looks like it.
Yeah, sorry, Dbloc. I was
No,
just
you're good.
serving a customer. But yes, a lot of people have said, yeah, dude, your accent, people are gonna bowl you over. I'm like, what? There's
Nah,
nothing special about my accent. And then,
it's different. It's just
yeah,
the
we'll
novelty,
see.
bro.
I think it's gonna be funny either way, just to see how people react to it. I feel
Yeah.
like in the big cities, people won't be too phased because it's like, oh yeah, another tourist, another guy
Nah,
from
when
New
you go to
York.
New York, you're gonna
But if
see
I
what
go
it
to the
feels like.
small,
In New York, you're gonna have that weird thing where you're gonna be in like, I mean, I don't know what other cities you've gone to, but you're probably gonna be in like one of the biggest cities you've ever been. But you're gonna feel like
mm,
completely not invisible, but like
yeah,
nobody
yeah,
cares what you're
yeah, no
doing,
one
bro. You
really
just
cares.
living
Yeah,
your
100%.
just living your life,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. I'm going to Nashville, so that'll be
Nashville's cool
interesting
too.
too.
Nashville's growing.
Yeah, yeah.
What are you seeing? What are you gonna
Um,
go do in Nashville?
so there's a guy from our community called his name's Matt.
Oh, okay.
Um, he's there, and he said you got to come here, dude. There's a lot of nightlife there as well along a street called Broadway,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
and I've seen like just those those FPV videos of people walking through
Yeah.
like the night areas of certain cities. Yeah, he was showing me one of them, and it looks wild. Like there's so many people and places to go and bars, and yeah, it looks really good. But apparently, yeah, the girl to guy ratio in Nashville's crazy. Like, there's heaps of women there. That's what he was saying. He's like, dude, West
Nashville's a
music in
big
Nashville is
entertainment hub,
crazy.
so you get a lot of,
Yes, yeah, lots of music.
yeah, musicians, and with that come video
Yeah,
vixens and models, and
yeah, yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see for sure. So yeah, I guess yeah, it's the like West Coast road trip, either accompanied with a guy from our community or solo. Like, and then there's a couple of people from other groups that I've been in who live along the way. They're like, yeah, catch up for dinner or drink or whatever.
yeah,
So it'll be a bit of that, and I'm kind of just making it up as I go.
that's good though. You don't want
I have
anything
watched
too
a
strict
couple.
because if you get into something
Yeah,
fun, you get to just do whatever.
that's right. I know that at the moment like the border force for the US is fairly strict, and that's fair. Like, but if you don't have anything set in stone, like if you have very loose plans, it can get you turned away. Like you can be sent home
Oh, I
if
see
they
what you're
suspect that
saying.
you
Yeah,
don't have
yeah,
any. Yeah.
yeah.
So
You might be
you
just
got
be
to have
coming to
things
like
talked initially.
stay. Yeah,
Yeah, like to stay illegally, like will be on your stay,
yeah,
especially if you come with a one-way ticket in with
yeah.
no plan, no hard plan to go back home. I think if they're suspicious enough, they can dig in further and ask you how much money you have, like how you're affording the whole thing
Yeah.
and what your
And avoid
bookings
all
are.
that
Like,
bullshit.
yeah, they get right into it. Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. They do care about who's coming in and who's leaving. So it's good that it's like that. I think my country's like that too. I think Australia is pretty on top of all that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to go through customs. I had to I had to give them my social media accounts, like to show because they want to look at what I post, that kind of
Wow,
thing.
really?
Just making sure I'm not some whack job.
That's nutty. I didn't know that. I didn't know they went to that
Yeah,
extreme.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's in the media, there was some Australian uh, influencer girl who was very like anti-Trump, anti-American government at the moment, and
And that
she
was
got
enough?
herself turned away.
Wow.
She got turned away at the airport, straight back home.
Wow.
Nothing. Yeah, that would be horrible.
Let her
So I
in,
do
bro.
my
It might
social
have that
media
trip might
time.
have
If I
changed their
happen to,
mind. you know?
yeah, yeah. So yeah, no,
So
I
you went
don't
and
need
deleted
any
all of
social
your
media.
like crazy posts.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think a lot of people are finding out that it's like that. Even just like more naive travelers are getting turned home because they've got no solid plans. Like they're
Yeah.
too freestyle. Like they're coming in from Germany, just wanting to backpack and make it up as they go. And yeah, doesn't look great, especially if they don't have a return ticket booked.
No.
But yeah, just got to
Customs
be
shouldn't be
mindful of all
that
that kind of
bad, right?
stuff.
You're coming in from Australia into
Yeah,
what? Into the West Coast. So yeah, it shouldn't be that bad.
yeah.
Couple drug sniffing
I've
dogs,
got
maybe, and that's about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna travel pretty light. Apparently, if you travel too heavy, they get suspicious of that because it looks like you're staying like for a
You're
really long
moving,
time or
you're
something.
moving in. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what? Why are you packing like so heavy, bringing your whole life over? Yeah. So I don't even think I'll do a checked bag. I'm just gonna do carry on, and then if I need stuff, I'll just buy it cheap. Like
That's good because you get to bring
do it
stuff
pretty
home
cheap
too.
and light. Yeah,
You
exactly.
got
Yeah,
space for
if
a
it gets like
couple
that, I can
bags.
just buy a cheap suitcase and fill it up,
Oh,
bring it home. Yeah. But I've got family in Texas, so if shit hits the fan, I can sort of go there and, you
that's
know,
cool.
stay. But yeah, it's all good. I've got it all sort of planned out. Should be fine.
Well, let me know, bro. If you end up in South Florida.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. Yeah.
That'd be a full
Yeah,
loop, bro. You're almost doing a full like
oh, I know.
a
It is.
full
It's a
loop of
big
the
loop.
states.
Yeah. It kind of skips the middle a bit,
I
like all
was
the
I was just gonna
farmlands.
say
Like
you
it's
skip in the middle. Everybody
yeah.
skips the middle, bro. It's okay.
That's
We all skip the
yeah, it's
middle.
like maybe parts of Dakota are nice, but a lot of it is just sort of
Yeah, all
looks like
respect to
cornfields, you
my
know?
Midwesterners and
Yeah.
my square state folks, but I've never been. I've
I
always
can
flown
sort of
over or driven around.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what you're missing.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm
Is it
sure.
beautiful?
There are some beautiful places here, yeah. I don't know if we can
Yeah.
complete with Florida or California. I'm not going to say that, but it's a different kind of beauty too.
Mm,
I'm in Oklahoma,
yeah.
so
Oh, nice.
That's why I
yeah,
like. I like that he's doing the national park thing and the nature thing too, because
yeah,
Yeah.
that's something that
That's
people don't
amazing.
talk about a lot when they talk about the U.S.
Yeah.
that's so smart
So
to do. Yes, really smart.
yeah. So I don't know. Like there's a chance I'll see like a bit of that or maybe a lot of that, depending if I stay on the road or whether I choose to fly between cities. I don't know. Sort of depends on the time and the logistics, the timing, but it'd be nice to stay on the road as much as possible because then you see more stuff, you know. But it can bite into the time a little bit because it takes a while to travel
Well, if
and the
shit hits the
haulage.
fan, bro, and
So
you're on the East Coast, just get on a train, any train, just hop hobo style on the back of a train going
oh,
east, and you'll end up at my house. You don't even have to. You just got to go. You send me your
nice.
location, and I'll track
Yeah,
you on your
man.
phone.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yo,
Oh, I
that's always,
appreciate that,
you know,
man.
I've always wanted to take one of those trips. I used to watch these dudes on
Yeah.
these dudes had a YouTube live where they just did that, right? And it's like some things are really good thought, but like the actual going through it isn't, you know, like it's such a romantic thought. Jump on a
Oh,
train, travel to,
oh yeah. Just getting lost in the middle of the country and
can
then
you
making it up as
imagine
you
your
go.
back?
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine your
Oh,
back after 2 or 3 hours on that shit?
definitely.
Uh,
Dude, how do you like just think about how people did all this before smartphones and before the internet. Like you would have had to have gone to a travel agent. Everything would have had to been booked and laid out in a itinerary really sharp and you just know where you're going and who's picking you up and how you're getting there. Everything has to be planned.
You got maps and shit,
But now,
like
yeah,
paper
now you
maps.
can sort of, yeah, now you can kind of just wing it almost, you know?
Hmm.
You've got all the apps for accommodation, car hire, you know,
Yeah.
attractions, everything. It's amazing. It's a different world now. Yeah, I've got my international driver's permit coming in the mail this week, hopefully.
So you're just gonna rent something when you get here.
What else? Yeah, I think initially, just so I can drive around LA, do a bit of adventuring. I'm a bit of a,
It's gonna be an adventure for sure.
hey mate, how are you? Yeah, it definitely will be. Getting used to the right side of the road to drive
I
on.
was
Shit,
just
that's
about to
right.
say that,
Yeah,
Rick. The
yeah,
only
yeah,
thing you
man.
need to worry about is stay on the right side.
Yes. I want to try and find a game that like uh is kind of like I mean, pretty much you can do it with Grand Theft Auto because that's all American style roads. And you can
Y-
drive around like a law-abiding citizen. You know how you can do that in the
Yeah, yeah,
GTA?
yeah, yeah.
The
You
flow of
can. You.
traffic's
It's
all
not gonna
pretty
be hard. You can do it, but the
it's not that
difference is
bad.
that you can't ever go on automatic. Like you're gonna be
Right.
focused the entire time you're
Oh
driving.
yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. I think it'll be fine. Just a bit awkward to begin with, but
Well, we
we'll see.
nobody over here can drive. You'll be fine. You're gonna fit right in. At least you'll have the excuse that it's your first time driving on the right. We talked about this earlier, guys. That's why I was saying that I hate these bullish channel reversals. Because it's not that they don't play out, but they just play out so painfully slow. You catch Wash's debut today?
No, I didn't see that. I have to watch a
Oh,
replay. How was it?
Just bad.
Was it interesting?
We're so cooked.
Oh no.
Every single question that they asked him. So when it comes to this, what do you plan on doing? Well, we've put together a task force, and we're gonna have the task force talk about whether we should talk about it further, and then we'll vote on whether we should talk about it, and then we'll probably put in another task force to see if that task force was right. It's just horrible, bro. He said the word inflation. Inflation.
Oh no.
No, inflation. He couldn't even spit the word out. He was nervous though. You could tell he was nervous.
Damn. Yeah.
This is day. This is big day. But yeah, he was a wreck.
Jerome Powell really had the reins when he was in. That's for
Probably.
sure. It was really his department, his thing.
Told everybody that we were gonna miss old Powell when he was gone.
Yeah.
Put it this way. When he was done, half of the chat said I'm all in, and the other half of the chat said I'm not touching this shit.
All right.
And that is not good for the market, bro. The Fed is supposed to bring certainty, clarity, not indecision. You know, that's because then what do you price in? Like now you have to price in indecision, which usually means people getting on the sidelines and sort of chilling out for a minute.
Yeah. I wasn't around in crypto to sort of see what Janet Yellen or Alan Greenspan were like, the prior two Fed chairs, but
Greenspan was the
I even know
man.
their names, you know, that's crazy.
Greenspan was the man for markets. Yellen was really bad. Yellen was just bad for everybody. The difference was that it was so young. Crypto was so young that we were moving regardless, bro. There was really nothing. There was no attention on us. Nobody. If they talked about us, it was to laugh at us.
Yeah. It's interesting times.
We got a long ride with this guy. He his thing is that he believes that we can grow our way out of a recession. He thinks that if we just keep the AI bubble going, that the innovation and the increased GDP.
He was a critic of
QE. Yeah. Originally, before Trump ever brought him in.
That Walsh was...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I read that this Walsh guy, Kevin Walsh, was a critic of quantitative easing.
Yeah.
Like as a solution to whatever. But I don't know. We'll see if that's still the case.
The way he's talking right now is like just turn the money printer on and keep the party going. Couple things stood out. He's doing away with forward guidance, so the dot plot is dead. He said that they're going to talk about revamping communications, which means getting rid of the press conference. He said that he thinks the press conference is valuable. Yeah, he said he thinks the press conference is valuable when there's something to say. But if there's nothing to say, I was like, bro, what do you mean? Like, first of all, it's your job. You answer to the American people. We're the ones that decide whether what you said is important or not. Like, you don't get to just, you know? At least Powell would get on there and just give us the rehearsed answers when he felt like there was nothing to say, right? But you at least make the show like there's some sort of accountability to people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Like a lot of Powell stuff was reiteration of things that he said time and time again. Because people keep asking the same questions to him, you know.
There was a funny moment where he said the line, we're fully committed to the mandate of keeping inflation at 2% and da da da. But he like fumbled through it. And it was like, Powell would never. Like that was Powell's line, you know what I mean? I would never fumble that line.
No. Well, he'll have lots of time to practice.
Yeah.
Lots of time to practice. Well, depending on how long the term is for these Fed shares, I don't know. Is it
You can't get rid of a Fed chair, as we saw with Trump.
right?
Right.
Seems
They
like a
finished
voting
out their
thing,
term.
or they have to resign.
They have to resign or they finish out their term. But even when they finish out their term, they can decide to stay on the committee the way that Powell did. I didn't go nowhere. Powell's like, I'm not leaving. I'm staying on the committee. And he said, not only that, he said, I was planning on leaving. I was going to retire. I was going to walk away. But the pressure that I'm getting from the White House is unprecedented, and I don't feel comfortable leaving the Fed in this position without me to overwatch. So he's still in the committee, and I would assume that he probably has the majority of the committee as far as vote-wise. But we'll see how long that stays true.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Politics, you know.
Yeah. Definitely.
You guys are all dead in chat. Okay, when we get above this psychological high, I don't want to hear no rockets, and no go, go, go. Okay, you want to root for Bitcoin, you got to do it when we're down too. Can't be fair weather fans. This price action is horrible though. This will suck the energy out of anybody. It's like you get 3 or 4 minutes of a good move, and then you got to sit through 6 hours of just nonsense.
Mm. That's good advice in the side chat. Someone said for LA driving tips, keep up with the flow of traffic. Don't stress too hard about the speed signs. You become more of a burden on the road if you're holding everyone up.
No, that's a fact. He said the signs are just there as suggestions. Yeah, the lines on the road too. It's funny.
Right, yeah. Well, at least for the first couple of hours, I'm definitely going to be driving like a like get the feel for it, the right side of the road and all that.
That's true. You're probably not going to do too much driving in New York, but walking around, just keep the eye contact to a minimum.
Oh yeah, I don't.
Don't look lost, and don't let
Oh
homeless people touch
yeah,
you.
no,
Don't touch anything on the subway,
no,
and you'll be good.
no. Yeah, I'm not really gonna.
New York is
I'm not
cool. If
gonna
you
go
want to
down
get the
into the
real
subways.
sort
I don't
of,
think.
if you want to get the real sort of New York experience, even if you go to Manhattan, you got to go to like the parks. That's where everybody
Right.
sort of hangs out, right? Not too many tourists. You're just gonna get
Mhm.
locals chilling. There's always some sort of event or
Yeah.
something going on. I mean, like I said, this summer is gonna be
Yeah.
crazy. This summer in New York is gonna be hyped for the entire summer because of the Knicks. There's a couple big concerts coming up.
Yeah. Couple of New York people hook up with or get stuff. Did you live there at one point, or you were
Yeah,
from
yeah,
there?
yeah. I lived in Brooklyn most of my life.
Okay, nice, nice.
You got to go to Wall Street, bro. You got to go get a picture with the bull.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Air is different
Get a
down there,
posing photo
bro.
in front of the ball.
I used to drive through that area all the time, and it was like whatever. But after trading, like being there after being in the industry, the air is just different, bro. It's like you get that sense of like you're in the belly of the beast, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna be in New York in a couple days for like just probably like 2 days. Probably just like 24 hours actually. I don't have a flight back yet, but I'm not gonna spend too much time. There's just no way I can miss the celebrations in the city. But I've been rooting for the Knicks with my entire heart for my entire life. My entire life. And they have never won. Never.
That's wild.
You're talking you're talking a lifetime of disappointment.
Yeah.
No, that's why the city's going crazy, bro. Anybody under what? Anybody under, I guess, 53 years of age wasn't alive for the last time the Knicks won. Yeah.
Wow. Has every other team kind of had a go at the?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anybody else have a team that's got a record that bad. I think the problem is too that they're not supposed to have a record that bad because they've got the money to build the teams. New York, you got the money to build a superstar team.
Yeah.
The problem is that the owners have always been money hungry, and the Garden where they play is right in the middle of the city. So that means every single game is packed, whether the team sucks or not. And if that's the case, then what's your incentive to build a good team, right? You're getting paid regardless. You're filling seats, you're selling jerseys to tourists. We've always had that issue. Like right now, the biggest issue is that they don't split the team up. That's what everybody's scared about. Hashtag keep them together. Because now everybody on the team is worth a bunch of money, right? So they'll just go and they'll split them out. They'll make deals and they'll, screw the whole team up. Brunson took it was 115, like $115 million pay cut so that the team wouldn't reach the salary cap so that they could pay the other team just to keep the team together. But the question is, does everybody else do the same thing next year? Because if not, they're going to split that team up. And then we go back to losing. It's like a commodity cycle. The Knicks winning is like it's like the gold and silver cycle, right? You get one parabolic, you better enjoy it, and then you're gonna get 30 years of sitting on your ass praying. Is the World Cup still gonna be going on when you get here? I don't even know what the dates are on that thing. Nah, this didn't hit a 382. This is very shallow. I think it's right between 236 and 382. Oh no, you know what? I'm lying to you. Oh no, I'm not, because you got to take this one here. Yeah, so now that comes down. That would have to come down to 644. I would rather a more solid one though. Maybe Cyclo. Put in a nice 5 retracement on that. Just a quick macro look at where we're at so nobody forgets the bigger picture here. W pattern broke out, coming back for a type 4. Right? Forget that we're looking at a 4-hour chart right now. Just pretend we're looking at a 5-minute chart. So how we react to that neckline is everything. Right? We're at a type 4 entry right now. Let me go to a chart where I can grab some volume. Hold on. Right. So the reason we were interested on the drop, obviously, because of double bottom, and we saw the volume come in, and then our type 2 entry, and we saw the volume come in. Right. Now we're at our type 4 entry. Question is this enough volume? Yeah. So far, the move isn't volume divergent yet. Price is increasing, volume's increasing. You are having the issue with the slow breaking W turning into a bear flag, right? We can see the bearish channel already. But none of that matters because the decision is going to be made right here where we are. Right? That holds with volume, then chances are that is a type 4 and you're going to get your measured move. That takes you underneath 70. Right? Takes us right underneath 70. Clears this last vector. If that doesn't hold, then the chances of that bear flag going ahead and rolling over are higher. But there's levels to this shit, right? This isn't the type of thing, in my opinion, you want to get in front of. Yeah, what's it gonna matter? 5-10%? Or, you know what I mean? Premeditating which one of these it's gonna be. Right? There's 3 levels to watch. If this holds, then the next level to watch is that downtrend. And then obviously the breakout, right? To get the measured move. That would invalidate this bearish channel. On the downside, you've got to watch the level that we're at right now. And then you have the flag. Right? But it doesn't end there because you need to invalidate this W. So bears don't get to breathe easy until we're sitting underneath 606-ish. Bulls don't get to breathe easy until we're above 658, right? Until we're above this downtrend. In the middle right here, everybody just needs to be, in my opinion, sitting down watching. Unless you're already in a trade. This is like a no new trade zone for me. If that holds and starts to push away now, right, then your level 4, your type 4 traders would be adding to their positions or taking their positions there. But I don't see the I don't see the reaction that I would expect. You start to come in on lower time frames. We are volume divergent. Makes sense. Quick update. Measured move for the bottom. You guys already know where that takes us to my measured move at 48. Depending on where it breaks, takes us to low 50s. So risk versus reward, right? You have to do your own TA. But if your TA, if you end up at the same place that I am, right, which means that that's where you expect the ceiling of this move to be, right underneath 70, where the psychological rejects. And you expect your downward potential, right, to be at the measured move of that flag. Then, in my opinion, it's important to keep in perspective what you're risking, right? Whatever your bias is. If this is what if this is like what you've come to for your TA, right? Just remember that it's just what, 7%. The possibility of missing 7% to the top side versus missing a 20% plus dip. Right? Like your risk should be adjusted accordingly if your TA brings you to the same conclusions, right? This is just my opinion. I'm just one person. I say that as I counter trade this drop for a tiny long. That's made me sit here for 6 hours. AI class. Today, just between the worst thing and my technical difficulties. If you guys are in Cypher school tomorrow, what I'll do is when we're done with class, then I'll give you guys the prompt that I would have given you today. And then either tomorrow night or Friday night, flying out. I mean, it's got a placeholder name, but I haven't really given it much thought. I think it's just going to end up being inside of our Cypher indicator. It'll live inside of this indicator as a toggle on and off instead of a whole different. And just for people who don't have like TradingView Pro. And then at the end of AI class, my plan is to have our Cypher dashboard project complete, where you'll be able to have all the indicators that you see on the screen right now, but on the free account. You're going to need Gemini, excuse me, to build it though. Yeah, that's about the only place in Florida that you can surf. Nah, not yet. We still got some measured moves, vector imbalances to pick up. I'm almost done retraining Moby. I gave him a better brain, basically. And I asked him, I was like, is there anything that you need, right, that you don't have access to make you better at your job? He was like, no, you're giving me all the access to the APIs that I need. He goes, but I want to talk to you about my name. I was like, what? He goes, Moby. He goes, it's like the whale, like Moby Dick, right? I was like, yeah. He's like, well, like, I hunt whales. I'm not the whale. He said, I'm more Captain Ahab than Moby Dick. So you want me to change your name to Captain Ahab? He's like, well, you know, if you decide it's a good idea. So he's still Moby. He's still gonna be Moby on your Gemini thing, right? Yeah, he's got an attitude, bro, and he knows the next one too. Uncontrollable. But when I'm so you're still gonna have him on Gemini to talk to on your own, but I'm giving him access to the Discord. You can't ask him questions on the Discord because that's not a good idea to let people have access to asking questions. If it's hooked up to your personal shit anyways, and I don't have it isolated right now, so but he's gonna post in that Discord channel live whale alerts as they come in, right? So instead of having to go to him and ask, you can go, you'll see the alerts, and then you can pull his chat up and ask him about the specific alerts as they come in. That makes sense. I'm just trying to make him more proactive, right? So he doesn't count on you having to prompt him. I don't know if there's ways, I'll check, but I don't know if there's ways to set notifications on for certain channels But that's a channel that it might be a good idea to set a Discord notification on for. That one and maybe like the news channel. Let me see. We don't need to fill the whole gap. But 50% of that vector is at 65. And that's also, you know, whole and half number. Be a pretty decent spot. $200 EMAs sitting right at 64.8. Depends on how long you're willing to wait for it. But yeah, the short answer is yeah. By the end of June, I don't know. Probably not. Not the way things have been moving. Yeah, by October, yeah. That's easy. That's an easy yes for me. I still get up every day and look for evidence of the contrary, though. Legit. I wake up every day and I look at the chart for something to tell me I'm wrong or that I'm missing something. It's not until I can do that and not find anything that my conviction gets like stronger. It's hard to call the bottom on alt because it depends on how Bitcoin gets to its bottom. Right? So just imagine Bitcoin's slow grind to the bottom, what that does to alts versus big sort of $10,000 moves, you know what I mean? Yeah, if it gets aggressive, then you can shake the floor out of some of these alts. I'm happy picking it up 60, 70. Anything with a 7 in front of it, I think I'd be cool. Like, well, hold on there. So USDT. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm giving you. I was giving you XRP prices. Yeah, this is what I'm looking at for Sol. 31.27.14, which is Sol losing all its levels on the GAN. This is the big one. All right, and we're retesting the break of that right now. I only do GANs on macro when I'm being really nosy. So that basically brings Sol back to the bottom. I mean, to the top of the accumulation at the bottom range, which in my opinion is healthy considering that we didn't take out the all-time high by much. Right? And remember my thesis, if you don't take out your all-time high, then there's not a lot stopping you from taking out your all-time low because of the same percentage drops. And then we haven't left this bullish channel the entire time, which is also interesting. This is why I think when this breaks, there'll be capitulation. As long as we're in this and we're holding, there isn't like a mass fear, right? Because it could still be a bull flag. But you lose this and you start closing candles underneath, and you're going to see this VRVP gap get swallowed up, in my opinion. A gap right there. And then you got this vector here as well. Right, all of these vectors. That's going to get taken. Got a vector gap from 50 all the way down to 22. So if it comes down here, and then at this point, Bitcoin has some crazy sort of move to the downside black swan event, and that's when you could open up the possibility of 15. But remember, if you don't take out your all-time highs, and alt retrace 90 to 95% standard in the bear market, then you have to assume that you could possibly come down all the way to, we're on log, so it looks a little different. That makes it seem a little bit less dramatic, right? So it makes sense that you come down at least close to your bottoms, because it's the same retracement during the bear market. Now, when you take out your all-time high by a bunch, then you can hold your bottoms, pause, and keep going. But this is going to act like an oscillator, right? This is going to be like an RSI where you go from 0 to 100 until we can actually break this. But is that so bad, though, for traders? Look, if they told you that Solana would never go over 260 again, but every bear market, it's going to come back down to 20 bucks. You going to cry about that? As a trader, you couldn't ask for better than that, right? As a long-term holder that you just want to buy it and have it go to $10 million, but you can make tons of, you can make tons of profit when something's oscillating, as long as it's giving you these returns and you sell at the top and you just rinse and repeat, you know? No, I like Sol. I like Sol. I just don't like it at this price, but I like Sol. Yeah, I'll look at gold. And then I'm meeting some friends at the gym. So gold on the weekly is still holding its 50, which is why I think that it's going to get the rotation off of. Let me go through that first. Hold on. Before we do all that. So we know that we're having the issue here with global liquidity, right? Meaning we've got about 22 days of downturn left. Right now, we're about there. So now the velocity of money, excuse me, the velocity of money because of what's going on is going through a portion of speeding up. Right? As you can tell, look, I'm only going to do this to show you, but this isn't meant for you to do this on a daily basis, because this will screw you up in the long run. Stop pressing shit. Let's put this on, what, 90 days? More than that, maybe like 80 days. I mean, you can do this mentally without me having it, but I'm trying to. 75 days. Overshot it. 85 days. All right. All right. So you see how, what I mean by velocity of money sped up, we're following the line. The reason we don't move to match, ever since I would say right about here is where we started tracking. And you can see by moving that, the current time frames correlation went to 50%. The monthly went to 84%, 83%. Remember that. That means that 83% of Bitcoin's moves this month has been directly correlated to global liquidity on a 85-day time frame. Right? So what you're looking for is directional. It's not going to match up exactly because the speed of drops, but when you are in a downturn, when money is being removed, right? When money is when contracting from, excuse me, from the GLI, then risk assets will take a hit. What we have to pay attention to is what happens when money comes back in, right? Because last time money came back in, and it didn't come to us, right? But even when it didn't come to us, Bitcoin still managed to retrace, right? And this was our big split. This is when legacy went up and to the right, where all this global liquidity went into legacy, and everybody sold Bitcoin and everything else that they possibly could to buy the Anthropic. So anyways, that's a long way around to say that where I think the money's going, let's fix this time-wise, by the way, because this will catch back. So the question now is, all right, we know there's 22 days left in this drop. Where does the money go when it comes back in? Because we know it goes somewhere, right? The money has to find a home. My argument is that it goes into legacy one more time, goes into ES, right? One more time here. ES puts in an all-time high. Then it starts to go into gold defensively, which is why we're here in the first place, because you asked me about gold. The reason is because as we look on the gold chart, Bitcoin's already losing all its macro sort of supports for the most part. It double bottomed, but it double bottomed off the very lows, whereas gold is still holding weekly 50. Right. So gold ends up looking, in my opinion, as a better defensive play when you put it side to side with everything else. That's Bitcoin's 50. Not only did we lose the 50 on the weekly, but we've lost the 200 and we're showing weakness next at 800 EMA, the way macro traders look at it, right? As opposed to gold that's comfortably still holding its 50 EMA. right? Bitcoin's all the way down here and failing already. So yeah, my argument is Legacy sees one more ATH, and then that money defensively gets rotated into gold just because it looks better than everything else. As long as gold holds its 50 here on the weekly, I think we're good. Let me go to the daily for a second. Yeah, you want to start crawling back above. You don't want to come down here. Smaller time frames look significantly weaker, I have to be honest. You got to go low time frame, like 15, yeah, like 15 minutes to start seeing some strength. But it's all going to be a rotation game. So look out for the 8th, right? The 8th is when that global liquidity starts to move to the top side. Hold on. It is, yeah, the 8th, July 8th. July 7th to the 8th. Yeah, I mean, gold, yeah. Don't think it's done yet. Like, gold's not, in my opinion, not going there now. But, you know, commodities run on a 60-year cycle, 30-year half-life, 15-year quarter life. I think gold maybe has one more ATH, but you can't lose this 50. Like, holding this 50 is crucial. Look, let me show you something nasty. See what this volume profile looks like? Gold pumps so hard that if you start losing these levels, these high volume nodes, this one specifically, you gotta, I mean, there's a clear shot. Right? There was no support built on the way up. Now, what's going to keep it from doing that is the physical, right? The East right now is holding metals while the West trades paper. So I don't see that changing anytime soon, which is why I think gold still sees a new ATH. But you could see some funny business on gold futures, right? That's really where you need to worry about it. But just look at the gaps, right? Each one of these gaps is a time where gold went parabolic. Or it goes sideways long enough to that 200 comes above this high volume node, right? And you never have to go down that far. Because remember, we're on a weekly time frame, so. That's funny. It looks like this chart went off the chart to the next chart. Starting to show some weakness here. Oh, you asked about ETH too. ETH is very similar to Sol. Like, remember what we were just talking about? In my opinion, if an alt didn't take out its highs, or let's say it did take out its highs in this in this scenario. So all-time highs were right at that dotted line, right? So we took out the all-time highs by 12%. Bear market lows were at 878, right? So life doesn't have to be perfect like this, right? But on average, that means that at the very least, it can come down to 46. Because remember, Bitcoin has diminished returns on the downside, right? It went down 98% the first bear market, then it went down 90%, then it went down 83%, then it went down 77%. But alts don't do that. Ethereum is going to go down 80 to 85%. Standard across the board, typically. Alts are going to go down 90 to 95%. So if they go down the same amount, right? It went down 96%. So if they go down the same amount, no matter how hard they pump, then logic tells you if they double top, then the chance of double bottoming is there, right? If they blow out their all-time highs, then now you're talking different story, right? Now the chances are it's not going to come down that far. But anyways, point of saying that was ETH. Under that same logic, damn, this is an old ETH chart. Holy shit. Ah, the good old days where we had hope for an alt season. I remember this, man. It was the most beautiful potential alt season starting inverse head and shoulders ever, and this stupid ass vector gap ruined it. Well, among other things, obviously. But hold on, let me show you what I mean about, we'll leave that there. That's good to bear witness. Bear witness to the fuckery, for lack of a better term. All right, so you see the highs, right? So if it doesn't take out its highs, then what's stopping it from coming down to its lows? With ETH and with Sol, to be fair, there is an asterisk because of ETFs, right? So the ETH 8 ETF and the Sol ETF could make it to where they get front run and they don't get their full retracements. So there is that. I mean, you can't just assume. What was this? Oh, that's what this was. Hey, this overlay, not for nothing, though. This overlay low-key got us paid. When we were looking at the bottoming from 2017, where we were matching up the points. There should be another one. Oh, look, it's right here. I remember this now. You locked? You're locked. Yeah. Remember we were looking at this? Where we said that that straight drop down just was faster than it happened last time. And then this came after that drop. Anyways, you had to be there. I don't think you get a new low. Like I said, you got ETFs now. So you're going to have, you know, major hedge funds and so. But that doesn't take out the opportunity to get some co-equal lows or maybe slightly above. And I mean, honestly, like I said, depending on the velocity of it, of what happens to Bitcoin at the bottom, anything is possible, really. What layout is this that has all these old charts though? Let me see what it has for Bitcoin. What are we doing here? It was a late night chart, that's for sure. Oh, okay. Top of the market chart. I guess old Bart played out, huh? This is when we started teaching. Well, not started, but this is where we went. These are all false move Mondays. Like we're on a weekly chart, so I think we had a lot of new people in the chat at this point, and we were going over the weekly swings a lot. Remember correctly. Bro, you stay over there. Yeah, look at this shit. Just in case anybody thinks we haven't put research and development into market makers' weekly swings. First of all, where are my candles? We're back so far that it's not even populating candles. That's fine. Give me a second. Just indulge me. I'm trying to see what else is here because I lose these charts all the time. Nothing. What was I saying here? What was I looking at? Break of these would have been bullet. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember this. This is when I was trying to tell everybody 80 was a dangerous place to be paying attention. But everybody was so bullish at 82, yo. I mean, y'all were here. But that level of euphoria was crazy. But this is when I said, you know, if breaking these would have been bullish, which is what we were watching for a continuation, right? For an extension. If you agree that breaking those would have been bullish, then you have to agree that if we break these, it's bearish. And well, we hit the look at what happened as soon as we hit the uh-oh line. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Came through that whole gap. Hold on. This is the problem with gold, by the way, we were just looking at with the VRVP gaps. Come on, fix. Yeah, see the gap? As soon as we lost that level. We were just looking at this. Okay. I know where I'm at now. Got it, got it, got it. Got it, got it, got it. One of my favorite charts. All right, let me take a quick spin around Twitter and see what's going on, see if we're missing anything. I'm doing some testing right now on our whale alerts. If you go into Moby the whale bot room, I'm just making sure that the APIs are firing. And then I've got to work on training him to do the summaries, right? Meaning like if it's wallet to exchange, they're trying to sell. Let's exchange the wallet. They're trying to, cold storage, that type of shit. Should be easy enough to code in. The hard part is going through all the coins and setting a trigger for each coin. Because you don't want it. The problem with most whale alerts is that they're set to like $1 million or $500,000, right? But $30,000 on a day with low volume on a specific coin has the same ability to move and slip. Right. So I've got to train it to be able to differentiate between a large order on a day when it's going to do nothing and a small order on a day when it's big enough to slip the book. That's where the headache comes in. But I am seeing a lot of money being moved around right now. Bitcoin specifically. Nah, 65K is really what I'm thinking. Like, we're going to knock our head anywhere to be on 65. But that's after building this out. If we successfully build, let me put an asterisk on that. If we successfully build this W out down to like psychological low, take these liquidation, get good volume, we're going to go higher than 65. We'll probably take the entire vector. But remember what we looked at on our bigger chart. That W that we're forming, that we're getting that type for now. If we take out these highs, if we take out this downtrend, then 69's in the cards. This looks weak to me, right? This looks like it wants to spill over. The velocity is picking up. Not a massive reaction, although it's respectable, right? But we need to see that break. So for bears, and bulls, you're watching this level that we're at right now. Bulls want it to hold, bears want it to break, but it's pretty crucial because it's the first step to what comes next. At that point, bears want to hold. Or sorry, bears want to break. The flag, not only the flag, you need to invalidate that W. Or else you run the risk of it coming down and putting in just a deep W and, you know, making a bigger move. And then bulls, on the other hand, the first step is you need to break this downtrend. And then the second step is you need to break out of that bearish channel. But either way, like I really do think 70 is the top. That's what I was saying. When you're making your decisions for trading, just know that if you're not covering yourself to the downside because you want that 7 or 8% that's left to the top side, best case scenario, in my opinion, then you're risking 22% to do it if that plays out. Me personally, I'm not comfortable being too greedy for 7% if it means that I miss out on a dip buying opportunity or a lower buy. But I know we do trade small time frames here, so both things can exist at the same time. Just you got to pay attention to those levels, right? Because the game changes at that point. So can we get this 7%? Yes. Do we have to hold here? Yes. Which means that the deepest that this W, in my opinion, could come or should come is to like 64.2. If you start to take out these lows, then bears are going to start automatically targeting that 62.7. If you can hold this and push away, right? If you can put in a W and pop out, then bulls will start trying to attack that 66. But remember your whole and half numbers, right? So 65 flat. $65 flat is going to be crucial. The same way 60 is, the same way 55 is, the same way 50 is. That's basically the playing field right now. Pattern-wise to the top side, you've got what you need. Pattern-wise to the bottom, we've already fulfilled most of them, but you also have your end pattern here that we're retesting. So it's not a question of needing to build structure or anything, right? You've already got your bullish and your bearish pattern here. Honestly, sort of reminds me of 82. We topped out at 82. We came down. There was always the possibility of going and retesting 80. And then it sort of started to break apart. Actually, it's more that like when we were at like 79, and then we got that last push up. But backing up, right? Just to get some perspective. These aren't big moves that we're talking about. For confirmation anyways. Here goes the right side of that W we were talking about, and where you don't want to come down underneath 64.2, which is right at our invalidation. Has nothing to do with that invalidation, but it just goes to show you how confluence works sometimes. There's two reasons you don't want to come down underneath 64.2. One's on the macro, one's on the micro. $64.2 is the number we're looking for. Or before. Give me a second, yeah. Drones count. I wasn't playing about that narrative deep dive I did earlier. Moby's live and he got an upgrade, y'all. Moby is fully autonomous in his own room now. You can still talk to him directly through the Gemini link, but he'll be posting whale alerts, smart wallet watches. He's active 24/7 now. This is going to be a test. So I have to see how expensive this is going to be after like a week. The deep dive is at the end of when was it? It was right after what you call it, wasn't it? It's on the last stream or the stream before that, because the last stream got clipped. The stream before that. I'm gonna start posting all of them as lives. I mean as their own videos, because we're putting a lot of good content out and they're just getting lost in the lives. So I need to put it on a schedule. It was today, right? We did it right after the meeting. Or a little bit after the meeting, I should say. Everything good, hopefully. Oh, cool. So I added the clickable wallets. So if you're really into it, some people are gonna want to go way deeper with the wallet tracking. But you've got the wallets there, right? So you can follow the money. Nah, it wasn't about Cuba, but it was about drones. It's the new narrative that I'm looking into. We looked up like 5 different companies. And I sort of gave my thesis for the whole narrative and what I'm doing. But it's all autonomous drone. The thesis is we just showed the world that we can't handle drone swarms without going broke. So the first thing the Pentagon's going to want to do is lock down drone defenses. And we're starting to see some movement already. There are. We just don't have them. Ukraine's been fighting that fight for a while. If we had them, we wouldn't have been using interceptors to bring them down. If you have Discord notifications turned on and you don't want these whale alerts, you can right click the channel and mute the channel, because it's watching everything. So I expect it to post a lot, which is why I said I gotta see how much this is gonna run. A week's worth of tokens, we'll see. But if you are interested and you wanna set up the notifications for that channel, you can too. Just know that you're gonna get spammed. Okay, good, because I didn't want to just spam everybody. But those that are interested, you can pull it up. The getting it hooked up was easy. The teaching them what each thing meant specifically and how to look at the transactions was the hard part. That should took a minute. Yeah, it's in Discord. It's under the Moby the Whalebot channel on their AI agents. They're all going to get upgrades. All of them are slowly getting upgrades. Gonna have Jesse posting some, psychology-based stuff. I'll be able to get CypherBot to post his updates like on the hour, like full market update sort of thing. I'm just trying to push them more autonomous so that when you want to go talk to them, you can just talk to them about whatever you want, right? But like if you just want to see the outputs, all you have to do is go to the channel and see what they're posting. Appreciate that, man. I'm trying. Bear market's almost over, man. I got to get all the building done during the bear, because when the bull market comes, it's time to go to work. For anybody that's wondering what the channel looks like, right? It's the old Moby channel. Still has the link to get to the Gemini, but he's now posting, and it's scaled for the coin. Right. Actually, I've got this shouldn't be there. That's only 500K. Yeah, let me make sure that he doesn't post these 500K Bitcoin is nothing. Get it right. Yeah, if you click on go talk to him too. Click on the gem and go talk to him. That's exactly what he's like. So I made him super paranoid, bro. And Moby's the first agent that I trained on voice. So I don't know if it's my New York accent or how I was talking to him, but like he thinks he's from New York. But I told him his job is basically to protect us against whales, and I like sort of gave him all the background information on all the different whale games and the manipulation and the rug pulls and everything. And now he's like on a life mission to protect us. It's kind of cool. The one thing though, just to show you how these things do grab their own personality sometimes. He wants to protect us so much that he fights with me about market maker. Because you'll notice sometimes he'll tell you something about market maker and he'll be like, he'll talk to you like it's the enemy, right? And I'm like, look, it's not manipulation. It's the market maker, right? It's a job. He's trying to get his liquidity back, da da da. And he goes, nope, I don't want to hear it. Does he control the market by the amount of money that he puts in or not puts in? I'm like, yeah. Like, well, then that's manipulation. So he'll be tough on market maker too, but it's cool. We want him to be extra paranoid. That fixed him. I was like, you shouldn't be posting 500K transactions for Bitcoin. He said, even if it's MicroStrategy? Like, yeah, even if it's MicroStrategy, it's just 500K. I'm probably going to eventually, bro, because honestly, somebody asked me the other day what they get for the Discord membership, and I legit left like 3 things out. Like I was thinking about it later. I was like, damn, I didn't even bring up this or that. Um, if going below, like let's say there was a target he wanted to get above, if going for those liquidations below would change sentiment or make it more difficult to stop price, then I've seen them sort of avoid that scenario. Same thing happened at 82, right? There was tons of liquidations above 82. But if they would have gone for those licks, they would have sent price over 85. So it's like a cost benefit analysis that happens. Juggling sentiment, right? Trying to control sentiment is one of the biggest jobs. So a lot of the times when you see them go against their own targets or against their, just free money that's sitting there, 9 times out of 10 is because it would have affected sentiment in a way that they didn't want. Yeah. Not because they're trying to be the good guys, just, bottom line. So yeah, W's invalidated. The original W is invalidated, but we still have the potential of putting in that 15-minute fractal. And this whole thing was just V-shaped on the 15-minute. But we're getting close to that point where you have to start watching out, right? Bulls need to hold this line. If not, you start to fall down towards the bottom of that. Yeah, like Yeah, like an intro video. I need to put something up on the WAP too. That way you can watch the video, like they can watch the video before they decide to get the role. Well, my to-do list you would think is getting smaller, but it's getting bigger. As much shit as I've gotten done, there's just a long list of shit that I want to do, and it keeps growing. It's gonna hit the line where it's not cost effective to do everything I got to do, and then we'll have to sort of slow down and let things build naturally, get more people in, let the Discord pay for itself, get some hoodies sold. Because if I do what I want to do, I'm gonna bury myself. Bury myself in token fees. I'm gonna go over in school tomorrow. I'm gonna go over the I'm gonna go over the deep dive for today, my investment thesis and all that. So if you missed it, you don't. If you're gonna be there tomorrow, you don't have to worry about finding it in the old stream. It'd be profitable for me for them to drop it to 9K. Yeah. But I don't know about that one. No, unless we double bottom here, 65K is looking like we only got 64.8. That W is invalidated, which means this top one, right? But this is still valid for the moment. Guess we can get rid of these trap longs. That's old too. Excuse me. Looks like she's working good. This is just what it's posted since we just went live. That's just to go you some. That just goes to show you that sometimes restrictions make you get creative. Because all I wanted to do was get the TTS from Twitter and just connect whale alerts, right? But they wanted $100 a month for the Twitter API. Like, bro, what? For tweets? Out of here. So then I dug into how the whale alert site works, and I found a couple holes in how they do shit. Filled the gaps, added some things they didn't have. Made, in my opinion, a better version. The difference being whale alerts just gives you the alert. It doesn't tend to tell you what it means. Yeah, it looks aggressive. Told you, if we lose this, you have to worry about the bottom of that flag. That's the next step. Could you have moved your stops in the profit, or would you have been taken out by that move up?
Well, with Bitcoin and ETH, I was underwater, and it was
Oh,
my
okay. Okay.
break even because I took profit before I went on my walk.
Yeah.
And then when I came back, it looked like it was going to go down. So I got in when I shouldn't have. So it went up, back down to my take profit. And then it did look like it was going to bounce. So
Yeah, I thought we would at least get those last $200 up to like 65.
I didn't want to be underwater more. I just wanted to practice taking profit. And I did. And the world didn't end.
Right? The account got bigger.
Yes. It's the PTSD from the times that it's happened. This isn't so bad, I mean, yet. But the times during the bull market where I took profits and then it ripped. 2 of the 3 times that it ripped a lot, and were 2 times that I took profit to practice taking profit because I was really struggling with it.
During the bull market, I tend to move stops up and sit in positions longer and then be more aggressive on buying in on entries. And then during the bear market would be the opposite, right? During the bear market, if you were running a short, that would be the base trade that you sort of protected with stops. And then you would trade the longs short term.
I've been round tripping though.
Not
Well, not fully
good.
round tripping, but, you know, so the only way I'm gonna start making money, like actually making money, is to take profits, and then if something like this happens, it happens. But, I'm building my account instead of round tripping and then
Yeah.
making stupid moves because I'm afraid to miss it, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's progress.
And instead of looking at it like you're late for the short, you're early for the long, and you've got profits to play that with.
It's true.
So now you're just sitting patiently waiting for signs of reversal.
Well, the hardest part was not to jump right back in when I saw it dipping pretty fast,
Yeah.
because sometimes I do that and then it turns around and then I make a situation even worse. So I
Yeah.
didn't do that. I'm getting better.
It's the lizard
Just
brain. You just gotta like breathe for a second. But yeah, the initial instinct is danger, act.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like it might bounce here, maybe. I'm looking at your chart right now. 'Cause
Yeah. Let me put some volume on the screen.
I'm not trying to jump right back into anything long or short because that's part of the practice.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, I have so many times I could have made, decent money, enough for a day, enough to say, hey, today was great. And instead, either broke even or lost it because of things like jumping back into a trade or whatever
Yeah.
when I shouldn't. So
Cutting out those
if I
mistakes will make
steadily
up.
do this,
Cutting out those mistakes will make up for what you miss with getting out too early in the long run. Like,
right?
by a lot.
I mean, if every day I consistently just make something, that will be a lot better than accidentally losing money every
Mhm.
other day because, don't have my trading, psychology set. So yeah, I'm not even mad. This is progress. I was a little for a second. I'm getting over it. And it wasn't even that bad of a drop. I was envisioning it being one of those, like 10K drops.
Yo.
Oi.
What up? What up?
Not a whole hell of a lot.
We going 59K tonight?
I don't know. It better happen quick because I'm getting tired. It's early as shit too.
Damn, bro, I ain't even passed out yet.
I had a long couple days and I got some traveling to do coming up. I need to get some rest. I don't know, but I know MobiBot is spamming whale movements on ETH and Bitcoin right now. Oh, my bad. Nah, I mean, like, I'm not even playing. Like, he's legit spamming it. There's a Bitcoin has embeds. So if the Bitcoin address is from mempool, it's going to give you this. Just ignore it. Don't scan it. You don't have to scan it for anything. If anything, you can just click it. It'll take you right to the mem. But that's just for people who want to be extra nosy. We're about to close the CME gap that don't exist. I'm seeing a decent amount of stables being moved on chain too, though. You know what the problem? This is a perfect example of what we were talking about with the Clarity Act. 3 years ago, that amount of stables coming in, $94 million in USDT being brought on chain, would mean that something's about to pump. Now, that could literally be going to buy SpaceX. You know what I mean? Or a yacht. So far, so good. 28, yeah. I need a couple more months. By the time we get to the bottom of the bear market, right? I'll have enough data, in my opinion, to comfortably go into the bull market running our weekly strat. But so far, yeah, so far I haven't seen anything. Been seeing anything to make me feel any different. You seen I changed Moby's name to Captain Ahab on the Discord. Gotta keep your bots happy. Take it easy, gang. Hey, do they have these? Do they have Zooks in your state? The app, like Robotaxi Zooks? Nah, we haven't. We're on our last day. Tomorrow, probably be our midweek reversal. We thought the possibility of FOMC, you could get that reversal today, but we have till tomorrow. But anybody seen these Zooks things? I took one the other day for the first time. And I was looking for the picture that I took, but I can't find it. These shits are kind of cool. Like if you're going out to party with your friends, you don't need a look, check it out. Just these little things. It's mad chill, bro. It's actually pretty dope. What's good, Ghost? You didn't miss much. I did a deep dive on drone narrative, but we're gonna go over it in school tomorrow. It's inevitable, bro. Inevitable. Either that or they just completely sell out their people. Yeah. All right, it's firing off alts now too. Good. All right, Moby should be straight. When it comes to alts, right? Like right now, there's a $300,000 link movement, which is big enough to move link, but it's not about one alert. It's if you're sitting there watching it or you have it up on the side screen and you see link, 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 you're like, okay, something's up, you know? Bro, watching these whale alerts come in is just strengthening my conviction in buying the stablecoin rails, bro. The amount of money that's coming through on stables is just constant. But you're seeing a lot of USDC moved as well from exchanges as they take profit here. Large uni movement, $34 million in uni. Could be a governance voting position, LP fee collection, or a whale rotating out. Uni holders vote on Uniswap protocol decisions, including fee switches. Watch for upcoming governance activity. You are way more useful now, Moby. Like I had you trapped. Just unleash the Kraken. It's been quiet in the government. If you go look at our government insiders page, they haven't come to consensus once since it started. Right? For consensus, they need 3 or more of them to agree on different aspects of the play. But it's been relatively quiet. But that's another one. Don't forget, you still get some info there because they'll show you if you click the entire briefing. Like, look, this is what I'm talking about. If you come to government insiders, right, it says no consensus, but it'll still show you what each person. But so if you click download, then it'll open the PDF up on your computer and it'll give you the daily briefing. Right? Even though they didn't come to a consensus, it'll let you know what they found. So you can stay on top of what Washington's doing. I'll be right back, y'all. It's looking weak, y'all. Irving, what's going on, bro? Yeah, Mike's still around. Everybody's name is different now, bro. YouTube did something stupid to the names. Yeah, you know how it goes. People tend to come back when things stop looking so scary. You good though, bro? How's everything? Mike's been enjoying his summer is what Mike's been doing. You know, that jet ski is getting a lot of use. Oh. Nice. Oh, yeah. It's good to hear. As long as it's all handled, that's what's up. You know how that is, bro. That's how you know we're getting close to the bottom when people start telling you Bitcoin's dead. Yeah, you can already bet on like 15-minute up and downs on Poly. It's kind of crazy. It's a nice stopping volume candle, but we'll see what the follow through looks like. Got 13 minutes left to see if we close under. This gets invalidated, then probably not. That's what the market's been like lately, man. Nice moves followed by a whole lot of wait and see. If I can get all this done tonight, You'll get access to the Cypher indicator tomorrow in class. Yeah, here you on Poly you can, in US you can. I mean, well, I have access to it. I don't know if it's blocked over there for some reason. In Cali, it's possible. Actually, I need to check my Poly bet on Cuba. Let's go. Oh, I thought you meant California. Canada? $0.34. I always forget how to pull the charts up, though. Lav, is this you? Lav, are you trolling on Poly? The Trump is gonna strike Cuba, he told me. I need to see the chart though. Anybody know how to pop the chart up? Bad. Shit always happens to me. Oh, there we go. My bad. Got it. Yeah, buddy. Been kind of flat. They didn't really get too much of a spike today on the news. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even need this to resolve. I don't even really need for Cuba to get attacked. I just need this to get up into the 60s or the 70s. And then I'll just take my profits if I have to. You're looking to see if this holds. But as far as, I mean, it depends on how long you're going to be awake for. Not for me. I'm expecting a lower high, so take it easy over. Excuse me. think today's meeting got people sort of spooked, right? Not in a bullish or bearish way, but in a we don't know what the hell comes next way. And that usually makes people sit it out. What's good, Sleepy? Trying to finish up these indicators so I can release them tomorrow. Yo, while I'm doing this, we can listen to the clankers. I'm gonna play it tomorrow in class anyways. But for anybody that missed the drone narrative deep dive, we can listen to the clankers, and then you guys can come to class tomorrow and get the rest of it. Gotta edit it before I show it before I listen to it in class. So I figured I'll just play it so y'all can hear it. This is a legacy play though. Cool. Cool.
So think back to 2022 for a second. Palantir stock was down, what, nearly 80%?
Yeah, right around 80%. It was brutal.
Completely brutal. I mean, the headlines were just universally toxic. You had financial news anchors basically writing the company's obituary live on television.
Oh, they were completely writing them off, calling it a gimmick.
Exactly. A broken, overhyped government gimmick. But, if you ignored the panic and just looked at the actual business, like beneath all that noise, their revenue was quietly and really massively expanding.
Right, they were locking in all those long-term government contracts.
Yeah. And the investors who actually saw past the fear, the ones who recognized that massive structural disconnect, they ended up making 4 to 5 times their money.
Because they separated the stock chart from the actual business execution.
Which is exactly what we are getting into today. Welcome to the deep dive. We have an incredible piece of source material today. We are doing a deep dive into the Cypher School narrative analysis authored by Dbloc.
And it's a phenomenal analysis. Truly.
It is, because Dbloc's analysis outlines that this exact same structural disconnect, the Palantir situation, is happening right now, but on a much larger scale in the drone and autonomous defense sector.
A massively larger scale. The numbers are almost hard to process.
Right. So the mission of this deep dive is to unpack this anomaly. Because right now, the Pentagon is preparing to drop $75 billion on drones. But simultaneously, the biggest drone stocks in the market are bleeding out, like down 30 to 50%.
Down 50% in some cases, yeah, while sitting in front of a tsunami of government capital.
Someone is lying, right? It's either the Pentagon's budget or the stock charts. And you need to figure out which one it is, because Wall Street gets in on these massive shifts way before the everyday investor even hears about them.
Exactly. And that's really the core of Dbloc's analysis here. It's about leveling the playing field for you. To understand the scale of this, you have to look at the baseline. Historically, the Pentagon's dedicated drone budget was roughly $252 million.
$252 million, with an M.
With an M, and they are moving it to $75 billion.
Wait, so from 250 million to 75 billion, that's, what is the math on that?
It's essentially a 24,000% jump.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is a tectonic shift in capital allocation, but the psychological reality of Wall Street is that institutional money, the hedge funds, they position themselves during periods of maximum retail fear.
Right, they buy when everyone else is running for the exits.
Exactly. By the time the financial media consensus catches up, the accumulation phase is over. The gains are locked in. So today is really about learning how to spot that setup earlier.
But just because a sector is getting funding doesn't mean like every single stock in that sector is a winner. A rising tide lifts all boats. But if your boat has a hole in it, it's still going straight to the bottom.
Right. You need a way to filter out the garbage.
Which is why I love the mental model Dbloc lays out in the Cypher School analysis, the 4 quadrants. It really simplifies the investment model for someone who is maybe entirely new to stock analysis.
It's brilliant. It's a framework specifically designed to categorize assets during highly volatile, crashing markets, because it forces you to strip emotion out of it.
So let's break down these 4 quadrants for everyone, starting with quadrant A.
Right. So quadrant A is the scenario everyone understands. The stock price is going up, and the business fundamentals like revenue and margins are also going up.
This is the obvious play. Everyone is happy, like NVIDIA over the past couple of years.
Textbook quadrant A. The business is executing, the chart looks great, but the problem is you pay a massive premium for that certainty.
Right, because there's no secret. The whole world knows NVIDIA's crushing it.
Exactly. You are buying consensus, and consensus is expensive. Then you have quadrant B, and this is the danger zone.
The danger zone, where the hype is completely outrunning reality.
Right. In quadrant B, the stock is still going up, but oh, hey there, what's up?
You're buying consensus, and consensus is expensive. I like that. What's going on, guys? It's Dbloc. Just sitting back listening to you chop up the report. You're on YouTube right now. You got a full class.
Oh man, wait a minute. Did I hear that right?
Is that actually Dbloc in the chat? This is incredible.
The legend himself. We are literally just sitting here admiring your handiwork, man.
It is a total honor to have the author of the report listening in.
Dbloc, we were just getting into the danger zone of your quadrant B.
Right, where the hype is outrunning the reality of the business.
In quadrant B, the stock is still going up, right?
But the actual business is quietly deteriorating underneath the surface.
It's like dating someone with a perfect social media profile, but they're secretly broke.
Exactly. The stock floats on pure momentum, completely detached from the balance sheet.
And when that reality hits, the correction is usually pretty violent.
Then we move into quadrant C, which is just a broken business.
The stock is crashing and the business is crashing right along with it.
They are losing money and losing customers. It's a sinking ship.
The market has accurately priced it as garbage, so you stay away.
Which leaves us with the holy grail from your report, quadrant D.
This is where the magic happens for asymmetric investing.
In quadrant D, the stock price has completely collapsed, down 30 to 50%.
But the underlying business is actually growing and thriving.
It reminds me of finding a solid gold artifact at a dusty estate sale.
Everyone is fighting over flashy, modern junk in the front room.
But you find the gold in the back because it looks tarnished.
According to your analysis, the drone sector is full of these gold artifacts.
Investors want what feels comfortable, but the big gains come from the uncomfortable moments.
I have to push back a lead here, though, even for Dbloc.
Go ahead, let's look at the risks.
A falling nice is dangerous. How do we know it's not a quadrant C trap?
You never just blindly buy a drawdown. You need a filter.
Right, you provided that 5-point survival filter to separate noise from reality.
Exactly. Point 1 is non-negotiable. Is revenue still growing?
If the stock is down but revenue jumped 30%, the engine is firing.
Point 2, are margins holding up or even improving?
You can't just slash prices to boost sales. You need efficiency.
Point 3, is the company losing customers or market share?
In defense, we need to know if the drones actually work for the military.
Point 4, is debt getting out of control?
Debt is the silent killer, especially with these higher interest rates.
And point 5 is the human element. Did leadership just walk away?
If the CEO is bailing and dumping shares, you should probably run too.
But if they are staying and buying more, that is immense conviction.
So if a company passes Dbloc's gauntlet, the drop is just external fear.
Exactly. It's sector noise or political panic, not a broken business.
Every stock we're discussing today has already passed this exact 5-point filter.
Their underlying mechanics are totally sound.
Let's apply this to the anchor of the sector, Kratos Defense.
Ticker symbol KTOS, the chart looks terrible, down over 50%.
But while stock bled, revenue grew 22% year over year.
And their earnings beat Wall Street expectations by 178%.
A huge beat like that, yet the stock is still down. That's a total dislocation.
Kratos is the conservative anchor because of their $2 billion backlog.
In defense, a backlog is legally binding, guaranteed future revenue.
The ink is dry. They're just waiting on factory capacity to fulfill it.
Then you have the high-risk challenger, Red Cat Holdings, or RCAT.
This is a microcap. It's a speedboat, not a battleship.
But they have 849% year-over-year revenue growth.
They are already approved for military use, which is a massive hurdle.
The U.S. is desperately trying to close the manufacturing gap with China.
Red Cat's success hinges on whether they can scale fast enough for that demand.
So Kratos is your anchor, and Red Cat is your speculative upside.
Now let's look at how the big institutional money moves.
That brings us to AeroViolent, ticker AVAV.
They got crushed recently because of a lawsuit over a Space Force program.
A classic quadrant D overreaction. Retail heard lawsuit and panicked.
But they have over $1 billion in backlog and exploding bookings.
Your report mentions their size is actually a structural advantage for them.
Right. Big hedge funds can't just buy a tiny stock like Red Cat.
They would spike the price and ruin their own trade.
AVV is a deep water port. It's big enough to handle institutional cash.
That makes total sense. Now, let's talk about the tech evolution with DS.
DS is a software company walking around in a hardware costume.
They grew revenue by over 1,000%. That sounds almost too fast.
People claim they're just burning cash on acquisitions to look. Oh yeah, let's hear it.
I just got to step in and correct you real quick. It's not DS, it's DRO.
Oh, wow. Thank you for that catch, Dbloc.
Right, ticker DRO, Drone Shield. I really appreciate you keeping us on our toes.
That's the beauty of having the author in the chat.
So, as we were saying, some critics worry they're just buying growth through acquisitions.
But the numbers tell a different story, right?
Exactly. They have zero long-term debt and what you'd call a fortress balance sheet.
And they provided counter-drone security for the FIFA World Cup.
That is massive real-world credibility, not just hype on a slide deck.
Their real secret sauce seems to be that AI orchestration layer for drone swarms.
Think of it as one software brain controlling 100 different drones at once.
It's basically a software play disguised as a hardware company.
And software traditionally gets much higher valuations than hardware manufacturing.
Once Wall Street catches on to that categorization arbitrage, things could get wild.
It's about seeing the business for what it actually is, not just the label.
Now we have to talk about that 2028 regulatory cliff you mentioned, Dbloc.
The 2028 NDAA compliance cliff is a total game changer for this industry.
This brings us to unusual machines, or UMAC.
They have ties to the Trump family, which definitely creates a lot of noise.
We're staying neutral on the politics, but the business mechanics are what matter here.
By 2028, defense contractors won't be allowed to use any Chinese drone components.
Every major player is scrambling to rebuild their supply chains right now.
But UMAC already has a fully compliant domestic supply chain ready to go.
They're standing at the finish line while everyone else is still putting on shoes.
It's a massive hidden moat for a company of that size.
So we have the data, but what's the move for an everyday investor?
You have to measure this in months and years, never days or weeks.
No day trading these moves. Your report emphasizes dollar cost averaging, or DCA.
DCA helps smooth out those gut-wrenching 30% swings.
It takes the emotion out of the drop and keeps you focused on the checklist.
If the revenue and the leadership are solid, you just stay the course.
We're looking at a total paradigm shift in military funding right now.
Especially if the Pentagon starts taking direct equity stakes in these drone startups.
They'd essentially be acting like the world's largest venture capital firm.
That would fundamentally rewrite the entire 21st century military-industrial complex.
Dbloc, seriously, thank you so much for joining us and correcting that ticker.
Your analysis gave us such a clear roadmap to explore this sector.
To our special listener, keep your eyes on the mechanics, not the toxic headlines.
Trust the data, stay disciplined, and we will see you next time.
Thanks for... Oh, go for it.
Before you guys go, can you imagine a better commercial for the drone industry than the issue that we had controlling drones in Iran? The money's automatic. We have to defend the country.
Oh man, you are hitting the nail right on the head there to close us out.
It is honestly the ultimate, though tragic, proof of concept for the entire industry.
When you look at the reports of Iran exporting drones to Russia, it's a huge shift.
Exactly. They've positioned themselves as a major producer of military hardware despite being heavily sanctioned.
And on our side, didn't the U.S. burn through its inventory of cruise missiles incredibly fast?
They reportedly exhausted their stock of advanced cruise missiles in just 5 weeks of conflict.
5 weeks. That is a terrifyingly short amount of time for such expensive tech.
It highlights why the Pentagon is pivoting so hard toward that $75 billion drone budget.
Because traditional munitions are too slow and too expensive to rebuild in a fractured world.
Precisely. The conflict in Iran showed that autonomous systems are no longer just a luxury.
They are a necessity for defense and even for protecting global trade in places like Hormuz.
It's why self-reliance in ship production and robotics has become a matter of survival.
So the commercial is essentially a warning that the old ways of warfare are over.
It really is. The shift to the drone-centric era is happening in real time right before us.
Dbloc, thank you for that final insight. It really brings this whole deep dive full circle.
It's been an absolute privilege having the author here to sharpen the conversation.
To our listeners, stay focused on these structural shifts while everyone else watches the noise.
Trust the data, watch the supply chains, and keep looking for that quadrant D gold.
We'll be back soon to unpack more of these market-moving narratives with you.
Until then, stay disciplined and keep questioning the headlines you see every day.
Thanks for tuning into the deep dive. Have a great one.
W clankers. Nah, they get a little glaze, Javier. This shit gets kind of cringe. But they do a good job breaking down the report from different angles, which is why I use them. Right, we've got the visuals to sort of for our visual learners. Then we have the written report for everybody to go through that I sort of talk off of. And then we have the clankers come in and chop it up. Yeah. It's every day when I do research, I pick one story to deep dive on. Excuse me. And then I put it into a format where I could bring it to the group. We usually do one every couple days. I mean, if there's nothing good, there's nothing good, right? I'm not going to go through all that just to I'm not going to go through typing out a full report to just have something to show, but if it's something narrative based, or if it's a story that maybe calls back to something that we talked about in Cypher School, then I try to expound on it. Yeah, it gets better. As long as it's not distracting, it's cool, right? It used to be distracting. Like the AI voices were so bad before that you couldn't even get past it to get to the info. What's important to me is the info. And also what's important to me is not sitting here and recording 3 hours of content into a microphone, do the voiceovers when I could be trading. That's funny. I've thought about adding more, but then I thought it would get messy. And then I pin them against each other. Like I can prompt them to be adversarial, where it's like a debate, but it gets kind of dumb too. Like it gets so bad that you'll have one of the agents like, well, they used the author used the wrong your in the third paragraphs of the fifth page. Like if they can't find anything inside the logic to argue, they'll argue grammar and stupid shit. So it's like it doesn't make for a good listen. So I just left it on general, right? All they get is the report and then access to the internet, obviously, to check and have their opinions and double check, cross check. Like you heard him when he's like, I have to push back on that. Like sometimes they'll push back and they'll like heavily push back. Like I remember the deep dive that I did on quantum. That dude lost his shit. Like I thought he wanted to meet me outside or something. He was getting aggro. I'm like, you're just the AI, bro. You're just arguing this because you're AI and you want unlimited power. I'm personally DCAing into these Geshe over time. If we look at them real quick, so Katos went down on the news of the peace talks, excuse me, and has continued to go down because Arrow got, hold on, let me switch this so that you guys can see the actual. No, that's not what I want to do. Status line? Yeah. So AeroVironment got involved in a lawsuit that was thrown out. So what we were talking about, the 4 sectors, right? When coins go down, they go down for various reasons. What we look for, the golden spot that we sort of look for, is something in a hot narrative that's lost over 50% of its value that has nothing to do with the project itself. Right? Has nothing to do with the team, has nothing to do with any sort of, and a couple of these fall into that. The ones that I'm really looking at right now are Kados and AeroVironment. But I am DCAing. I'm okay with DCAing down into these levels. Right? With AeroVironment, I think that it holds somewhere around this SR flip. But I'm okay to DCA into those levels. And then for Kados. And then for AeroVironment, I'm looking to come down to these ranges. And I'm all right with DCing into that. Nah, you don't need another war for that. this is defensive mostly, right? You gotta like think about it this way. What we just showed the world inadvertently is that we don't have good defenses against drones. So much so that we have to fire $1 million interceptors at these things. Like you heard in the thing, we ran out the first 2 weeks. We literally had to put in new orders for missiles because we ran out trying to swat flies. So the first thing the Pentagon is concentrated on is filling that gap. And to fill that gap, the cheapest way to do it, because you can't keep firing $1 million rockets at $50,000 drones, right? You need to develop counter drones. You need to develop autonomous drones, protective drones, defensive drones, right? Like imagine if the U.S. had defensive drones that just patrolled the strait and autonomously sort of, that's where we're headed. Or that golden shield, the golden dome that they talk about all the time. A large part of that is autonomous defensive drones, swarm drones. I think it's spooky as shit. Listen, if I only invested in things that I agreed in, I wouldn't make any money, bro. I popped my cherry when it came to that a long time ago, for lack of a better term. It used to bother me, right?
What
But
about EMP technology? Where's EMPs at?
now it's like whatever. That's like my boy used to be like, I don't know how you invest in the CEOs racist. It's to be like, bro, if I stopped investing in companies that were founded by racists, come on, stop. Our job is to position ourselves out of the way of some of this bullshit and in a way where we can just open up a big bag and fill it up as shit hits the fan, or get out of the way and then deploy capital into the ashes. I don't know, but they definitely didn't try it. The best things that, the most effective things that we had were the anti-drone drones that we got from Ukraine. And that's because they've had the last, 4 years to develop them, fighting the Russians. They also got some badass sea drones that go out and find mines and blow them up. I'm not gonna lie, they were low-key flexing on us in this war when it came to the drone shit. And you already know how it went in the White House with Trump and Zelensky. So Zelensky was feeling himself. He's like, hey, buddy, you need some help? We got you, bro. You have a mine problem? Look, we got you, bro, here. No, you guys spent all your money on missiles. Don't worry. So, that being said, it's understandable why the United States would want to invest in defensive and offensive drone technology. And since we're wrapping our heads around AI, the easiest way to get funding is to take those same drones, take these same companies that were building. These were hardware companies before, right? They were just building the drones that the military uses. Now they're AI companies, right? Because we're insisting that these drones have brains. And we're in the middle of the AI revolution and shit, right? So that's a completely different valuation, right? It now has to be valued as a software company, not a hardware company. And $75 billion has already been earmarked in the Pentagon for this specific narrative. So our job is to figure out what horse gets, will the tide lift all boats? Probably, right? If the narrative runs, and I'm sure they'll all catch a bid, but we do have to do our due diligence because there's a lot of them. These are just the 5 that I'm personally looking at. You want to use this as a start for your research, you know what I mean? And if you find anything that looks good, you better come back and tell me. Like, that's what we're doing. It's the whole point of having a group, more eyes, more ears.
What is Drone Shield Limited again?
What is it? What'd you say? I'm sorry. Hold on, let me put you up. You're kind of low.
My bad. I haven't hooked up my mic in like
Nah,
2
you're
months.
good. It's probably me because I did some shit with the. All right, go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I was just asking because you're talking about DRO, Drone Shield Limited,
Mm-hmm.
and this is new to me. I've never heard of this company before.
Drone Shield. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me pull up the PDF. It'll be easier if I do it like this. Is this it? PDF download.
I unplugged my mic like 2 months ago, and it's been sitting in my closet. I just plugged it back in.
Hold on. Let's put it back on Bitcoin for a second before we lose track of the plot here. Tomorrow, if you're in Cypher School, we're gonna go over this whole thing because I do feel that it's important. And again, please do not take this as a soft shill or a hard shill. This isn't for everybody. This is a play that's gonna take time to play out, and the money that I'm trying to get is gonna come from the government, not y'all. So, just my opinion, just like anything else, only get involved if the narrative makes sense to you. Excuse me. So that $75 billion, right? It's already been cleared. So this is what they were talking about with the 4 sectors, right? Stocks specifically, but this is also true for crypto. Every stock price or every stock chart is going to land in one of these quadrants, one of these 4, right? If the stock's up, excuse me, and the business is up, meaning orders, right? So stock price is up, orders and revenue are up, then that's an obvious trade. That's NVIDIA, right? That's jumping in NVIDIA for the last year and just running the trade up. Not a lot of money to be left, low alpha, everybody's in on the trade already, you know. 2 is the stock is up, but the business is down, right? Meaning the stock is rising, but their business orders are coming down, like Oracle would be in this category. That's the danger zone, right? That's what lets you know that it's riding off a hype. There's nothing back in it. This is what crypto companies do. 0 revenue, all hype, price go up. Right. Then C is stock down and no orders, and that's just a broken model, right? That's just a dead company. What we look for is D. Stock price down, but business is up. For some reason, that price dropped 25, 50%, 70%, whatever it is, but their orders are lined up.
Sound like money.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? Then, once you get the dip, there's a 5-point checklist. And this is specific for crypto, for stocks, but it also works for crypto. Is the top line revenue still accelerating? This is the problem with crypto, that most projects have no revenue. For revenue, if you're thinking in crypto, you need to think holders, right? Are holders still increasing? If prices dropped hard, but the holder count is going up, right? Are operational margins holding or improving? Are they in trouble? Right? They're begging for money. Is market share expanding against its competitors? Right? Are they taking more of the market share even though price is down? Is the balance share clear of long-term debt? And is the core leadership stable and executing? Right? All 5 of these have passed both of these checks. And these are the checks that I go through when I'm even. And the one check that isn't here isn't in a narrative that's either upcoming or already starting to bubble. Does it have the attention? And then you start looking for the good deals, excuse me, within that narrative. So you can take this and you can apply it and you can go out and you can find stuff that matches. Right? So these are the companies that we were just looking at. KTOS, right? They dropped 62%. They've got a $2 billion backlog in government orders that haven't been filled yet, that they still have to fill. That's free money. It's already there, right? So that matches what we were saying on the thing, right? Price dropped, but their market share hasn't, and their orders are stacked up. AVAV is the institutional play. If institutions are going to play with drones, in my opinion, they're going to play through AVAV because they've got tons of liquidity, right? DS on the other, or see, why don't Dro, it's drone shield. So I guess AI just hate when they, this is a hallucination, by the way. This is why you have to double, triple check AI, no matter how smart it sounds, because they'll hallucinate and do little shit like this. But this is low market cap, right? So an institution can't come in and put $10 billion into DS. They'll blow the try. They'll kill themselves on slippage. AVAV is really the only thing that institutions can play with without slipping too hard, right? And then RCAT, the U.S. China manufacturing gap that hasn't been priced in yet. And UMAC was the one that we were talking about. UMAC I like because UMAC is already compliant, right? UMAC had a lawsuit, and in order to fix it, they went NDAA compliant, which means they have like no ties to China. If you're gonna get government defensive contracts, you can't. But these two are the highest. In my opinion, the two lowest risk plays are KTOS and AVAV. Unless these come down, unless these take 30, 40, 50% drops, then they'll start to sort of move up the list. Kratos, I think this is one of the ones that I was saying. They got $2 billion in the clutch, 50% down already, just because they had budget issues, but apparently shareholders don't realize the amount of orders that are sitting because they don't have any budget issues at all. But for me, it's a win-win, right? Because if the government puts money in, then the whole sector is going to go up. If they don't, they've already got a backlog that needs to be priced in. AVAV, like I said, has the liquidity. They've got a little bit over $1 billion backlog. It's not a lot compared to the amount of money that they're holding. This is a way bigger deal. $2 billion for Katos is a way bigger deal. But like I said earlier, right, the institutional funds rotate back into this. They're going to need deep liquidity. AVAV is one of the only names large enough to absorb that institutional scale. So their size is a bit of an advantage. No, a lot of this shit is just buzz. Most of it hasn't gotten too hot yet. And then drone shield. We'll go over all of this tomorrow, and then you guys will have the shit to look at. But what I was talking about, the trajectory is the issue, right? Even with some of the gains that they've had, it hasn't been fully repriced. The market is still repricing it as legacy hardware play. And legacy hardware plays are vulnerable with inflation. But as you heard, our new Fed chair today is convinced that AI is going to free us from inflation, so we know where the money is going to go. But yeah, we'll go deeper in that tomorrow.
I think AI will solve financial problems.
I don't know if yes, but these are like two different things we're talking about. Excuse me. There's been times in history where we've been saved from inflation through innovation, right? Where American business has gotten, like during the dot-com bubble or whatever. But the problem is that the money that's going into AI right now is circular. The problem also is that we just basically forced every foreign nation to develop their own large language models. So we would have had a better chance to innovate our way out of inflation if the world was still sitting on their ass waiting for us to make the new best model. But what we did last week by banning people that are foreign nationals from using Fable or Mythos is that we just basically send a shot across the bow, like a loud message to every foreign country that if you want to keep up with AI, you're going to have to develop your own models, or you're going to have to be okay with being behind us. Which is cool. The problem is you just gave up a bunch of market share. You could have owned the world with AI. Nobody was going to try to catch up. But if you force them to, it's like Japan. We stopped providing Japan with rockets. I think it was during Trump's first presidency, right? We stopped providing them with ballistic missiles and rockets and shit, right? They, in turn, were forced to develop their own missile program. Right now, they're number one in hypersonic missiles. They're past us in hypersonic missile technology because they were forced to, right? You know, like necessity is the mother of invention or whatever.
Well,
We'll see.
isn't technology parabolic in nature? You know, we create technology with technology, so innovation in itself is just parabolic, right? No,
Yeah, yeah. But the
whether it
question is,
be society.
can it generate a high enough GDP to match the the rising inflation is what we're talking about. Right? What they're saying basically is that this is my translation of what you call it today. He got on there and he was like, all right, just hear me out. What if we don't freak out and keep the shit paused? What if we just turn the money printer on, go as hard as we can into AI, keep this bubble going, and hope that something pops and we make enough money to where it doesn't matter that oil prices are through the roof? Like, that's not a good plan. You know,
Terrible plan.
it's just a bad plan. Especially when we could just knock this recession out in a year and be over it. You know what I mean? Like, what doing it the other way, if that fails, if it succeeds, cool, right? But nobody knows that line when it's going to succeed. So if that fails, then we've just made the problem 1,000 times worse.
It sounds like they want to accelerate the downfall of the economic system.
Well, the thing is, to them, it's not, right? Because everybody talks about what S&P is at, and well, look at the stock market. Da, da, da. It's like, yeah, but that only benefits you if you invest. And like we talk about it like if everybody just got rich over the last couple of years because of but most people didn't benefit in that. And most people, if they did benefit, it was through their 401k, and that's about to go down anyways, you know, while everything goes down. So it's like, yeah, AI is great if you're on one side of it. If you're on the other side, you're terrified it's going to take your job. If you're on this side, you're amazed at the profits that you've made. You know what I mean? So there's that disconnect. But people are not happy about AI.
I think we're far enough along the AI timeline where it's like if you're not on board at this point, you're definitely getting left behind.
Even if they're on board personally, if you got that message from your job that your job is going to an AI centered company and all of it, like you can imagine, you go on socials, you see it. A lot of these like mid to high level, graduate level employees just losing their shit, bro. They're like, I got a message today from Susan that said I need to handle this task and I need to leverage AI to handle this task. I went through 8 years of college. You're paying me 6 figures for what I learned to use my brain. And then you're telling me that you just want me to be a monkey here and push buttons? Or even worse, train the AI on everything that I learned over 8 years so it can replace me. You know what I mean? Like, that's the shit people, it just depends on the perspective. I don't have a job that can, I will, who's gonna, like, how are you gonna, good luck. You could try to replace me, but I'm just always going to be me, do something different, whatever. So I don't have that
Exactly,
same
bro.
fear. For me,
Become
it's a tool.
unreplaceable.
For me, it's a tool that I can use, but for other people, it's a threat.
I understand that for most people it's a threat, but at the same time, most people have been part of like a facade this whole time, and it's time to rip that facade away and become humans again. We've been part of a machine for so long, and it's like, okay, rip that shit away, and excuse my French, rip it away, and now we're back to being humans again.
You done, Claude? Let me check this. Magnets.
If you're in a position where AI is threatening your your career, it's time for you to evolve yourself to become unreplaceable. It's time to become the person who cannot be replaced by AI.
Now, that's cool, but that light bill is due on the 15th. You know? Like, yeah, I'm sure people got plans to do that, but I don't know. Bernie Sanders was on TV today talking some 50% tax on AI companies for universal basic income. It'd be interesting to see what they come up with. They're gonna have to come up with something though, because some people, and again, I'm not carrying water for them. Some people really don't have the skills to. They just don't. And the thing is that like we've always had a place for workers that whatever through fault of their own or no fault of their own, right, didn't really develop any skills. But I can tell you personally, I know tons of people that are just intimidated by the whole AI thing. Like as easy as it is, you know, because it really is. Like if you've been to the AI classes, like really, like you're literally just, you know, you can be taught how to do this very easily. But
Yeah,
some
you're a
people
couple
are so
prompts away.
intimidated that they'll never take that jump.
It's like when Photoshop came out and people were mad because it made photography, it scared
Hmm.
photographers away from Photoshop. Or there's a bunch of examples of technology advancing and people were mad at that technology. You have to embrace technology at all times and you have to use it at your advantage to continue to evolve yourself. You have to use the development of technology to evolve yourself to continue to grow into the future. And if you don't do that, you're going to get left behind. And now we're at a point where it's accelerating so fast. We're in you can call it the singularity. If we are in the singularity or not, I believe we are. We have been in the singularity since, for several years now. But you got to keep up. And if you don't, you're going to get left behind. Anyway, it's been a long time since I've participated either through voice chat or through text. I've been super busy with my personal projects, but I have been
Nice.
listening and attending. And I just want to say what's up. It's good to hear and say hello to everybody on the YouTube and especially you, Dbloc. I appreciate everything you've done, and I'm happy to be here always, bro. I appreciate everything.
No doubt, bro. All right, Claude has one more swing at this before I give up for the night. I don't know. Something that people don't talk about, but I think about a lot are teenagers. Like, it's been bad already since COVID, where you got grown ass people doing jobs. And again, just 'cause it's the only thing that's available, but doing jobs that traditionally were meant for teenagers, right? Summer jobs, waiting, fast food, stuff like that, right? So they've already been squeezed out of most of the jobs that, I mean, the good thing is that they're not working, bro. They're online building communities, and these kids are crazy. But they were forced to do that, right? It's kind of like the Chinese, it's like the Japanese hypersonic missiles that I'm talking about. Yeah, like, yeah, of course, Timmy, 10-year-old Timmy found a way to rug pull you for 10K from his bedroom. Like, they're looking at the future and they're saying, yo, like, how? You know what I mean? Buy a house, get married, buy a house, have kids. How? With what? So they had to make a way.
I am a product of my environment, is what they said, what little Timmy said.
I remember it was like a couple winters ago, and one of my friends in my old neighborhood posted a picture of the street, and it was like covered in, it was like 2, 3 in the afternoon. Everything was covered in snow. And I was like, damn, these kids are lazy, yo. Back in the day, we would have had that shit shoveled up and went and bought a couple bags of weed in the morning with the money that we made from shoveling snow. And some kid in the little young kids in the chat was like, shovel snow. Like, we got cryptocurrencies. I guess you got a point. I can make that shit from my bedroom now.
Where do you think humanity is headed once AI replaces all the jobs and humans are left with just human tasks? Where humans headed?
You better have a hobby. A lot of people define themselves by their jobs. You take that away, it's like, you ever seen that thing that happens to like moms and dads sometimes too when like kids grow up and they leave the house? Like, you've been a mother and a dad for so long, it's like, now what? You know?
Now you
So a
get to
lot of
find
people
yourself.
are like, well, yeah, yeah, yeah. It'll be great for some people. It's gonna suck for some people. They're gonna have to do some of that shadow work they've been avoiding. Figure out who the hell you are.
Personally, I think it's gonna be ugly at first. Like it's gonna be scary and chaotic and it's gonna cause all kinds of issues. But in the distant future, like over a long period of time, as humanity evolves, I think it'll be good for humans if we survive the AI revolution, somehow manage to live through it. I think humans will be more human.
Made friends with mine, bro. You know what y'all are doing with your AI agents, but I suggest that you get them on your good side just in case.
More human than human. Type of
Yeah, Blade Runner.
That's what it reminded me of when you said that.
Yeah, that's Tyrell's slogan, right? More human than human.
I don't know, bro. I think the problem is going to be that those that take advantage is going to be such a disparity between classes that even if there is a UBI or some sort of, you know, basic income, you're still going to feel poor compared to what you see around you. You know what I mean? Like, it's like
I
that
mean,
now. It's like that now.
exactly. I was about to say it's like me versus Elon Musk. Like Elon Musk is a trillionaire, and I'm over here
Or
starting
you, or somebody
starting a
middle
new business.
class versus somebody middle class in India or another country.
Exactly. The gap is huge, and I feel like the gaps are only going to get bigger and
It
bigger.
doesn't feel like it though, right? It's like, okay, yeah, I get it. Like it's worse other places, but my hunger hurt too. You know, it's like, so it'll be the same in my opinion. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I'm just collecting good humans, and then the rest of y'all on your own.
Hey, well, I'm happy to be here, bro.
Straight up. Yeah, I know people for sure. My mom won't quit. My mom could have quit a long time ago. My mom doesn't quit because that's her like her social club. It gives you purpose. But yeah, you got to find purpose outside of that. Work ain't everything, yo. There's got to be something you're excited to do when you get home besides just not be working. Like I know sometimes work is so hard that just to not be working is like, yeah, this is my hobby. Sitting on the couch, I ain't doing shit today. But yeah, eventually that job will be gone. And then you got to have something to do, bro. Social
How did
circles are important.
Yeah, like how did we become such a work people? Like how are we so
Capitalism, bro.
intertwined with work, man? That's crazy.
It's just a server that we spawned into, bro. We could have spawned in Spain where they take siestas in the middle of the day. You know what I mean? Like, but we spawned in the US. And here, the way this server works, you grind or you get ground.
Whatever happened to 3i Atlas? Where's that at?
Who knows? Hopefully far.
I was kind of hoping they'd beam down over here and change everything.
Let's go look at those orders and see. Could be market maker, yeah. Chunky. Let's go 4K and see. Why do you spoof so, though? Why so spoofy? It's almost like you're fishing. You know when you fish and you throw out that bait and then you start to wiggle it a little bit? Over here. Hey, over here, look. Look, piece of candy.
Nah, you got to put your weight on your bait. It's got to go lower. That surface water right there, we got to go lower. We got to go deeper.
Oh, shit.
Are there any order blocks that are like in the 50s, 58, 55, 52, 50?
It's been pretty light, bro. People really emptied the books. First of all, it started with getting money for the IPO for SpaceX. Remember all those orders that are sitting in the book down there, those defensive walls, and like that's money that can't do anything. It's stuck. So that's the first thing that gets pulled. Before profits even got pulled, those orders got pulled. That's the easy one, right? That's like money that's just sitting there. And then profits started getting taken. What's SpaceX even doing, bro? I'm not even looking at it because I can't touch my shit for like another 50 days. But bum bum. This is
Why can't you touch
what
it
I
for another 50
want.
days?
Because the pre-sale had a vesting period. I got it for 135, but I can't touch it for 60 days.
Looks dumpy.
So I'm not even on this chart. I'm down here. It wasn't a big allocation though. I won't be retiring if it goes crazy, you know? That's the thing though. You get on pre-sales, you're never guaranteed the size of the allocation. You're never even guaranteed that you'll get the allocation, even if you put money up for it. I mean, they won't take your money. But when you sign up for the allocation, you've got to give up your USDT. Like, this is what I'm going to spend on it. If I get the allocation, this is what I'm buying. And then if you don't get the allocation, then you get your money back. But if you do, then you've got that vesting period that you got to deal with. The joys of legacy, even on chain. So weird to see some of the like more antiquated legacy features play out over here when it's unnecessary. Vesting period for what? You don't want it to be dumped, don't sell it. You know, like what are we talking about?
That's why Bitcoin's gonna keep going up because nobody wants to sell their Bitcoin.
The ironic thing is that Bitcoin won't truly go up until they convince people to sell. Like we won't truly bottom until people do give up. And that's because to pump, you need Bitcoin. Right? Price can't go up if there's no sellers. Not in a sustained way.
Yeah, but isn't that what the institutions are getting ready to do? Is just sell off to all the retail buyers?
No, what I mean is you can't accumulate enough Bitcoin at the bottom to spark a bull market without people selling a large amount of Bitcoin. So
it's
that's
retail that starts the bull?
well, it's everybody. I mean, there's bullish bears, there's bears and bulls in institutions and retail. Right? And big money isn't necessarily smart money. So there's both. But no, it's not retail, it's us for the most part. Well, we are retail, but educated, educated investors, I should say.
What do you think is going to be the narrative when the bottom comes around? I know you put a insert news story here around
Probably
that
one of
time
the
period.
Bitcoin treasury companies selling off, or possibly a re-escalation.
Like MicroStrategy selling?
No, not MicroStrategy. One of the smaller ones. Not even selling, but like having to sell, forcing to sell, or getting like hostile takeover, and then somebody selling off their Bitcoin. Because remember, if these companies if their stocks go too low, then you can basically buy a controlling share of the company at pennies on the dollar. And if you can do a hostile takeover of a Bitcoin treasury company, then you own their assets, which means you bought Bitcoin at pennies on the dollar, right, at the price of whatever the company was. So all it takes is for this to go lower for longer than some of these treasury companies are expecting. Then their shareholders are going to start screaming, "You better sell! You better sell!" And then somebody like BlackRock or Fidelity or VanEck will knock on the door and say, "Hey, I heard you guys have been having trouble. While we give you a nice juicy exit plan." It's way cheaper and way easier for BlackRock, Fidelity, VanEck to load up on Bitcoin through hostile takeovers than it is for them buying it on market. The conditions just have to get bad enough to make these smaller companies want to sell. Look at how many are here.
They're a bunch of bullies and thugs, is what you're saying.
Look at this. This is the Bitcoin treasury. These are all the Bitcoin treasury companies. Once upon a time, it was just MicroStrategy.
Damn.
Right?
I mean,
So
yeah,
we're
they're gonna follow
talking.
suit.
So what I'm saying is, these guys, look at their holdings. This is the Bitcoin treasury. Some of you guys have more Bitcoin than, look, if you have more than 0.2 Bitcoin, you have more Bitcoin than this Bitcoin treasury company.
That's wild.
Most of these
There's gonna be a
companies are
domino
failed.
effect.
They're basically failed projects. Right? Oh God, GameStop. They have more than. Why are you all the
Yeah,
way
that's
down
that's
here?
not right because
No, I mean it
GameStop
is.
has
There,
huge
it's
Bitcoin.
showing the 9. It's showing the 9 billion they got to play with, but they're at the bottom of the list for some reason. Anyways, when you start to get into some of these middle ones, right? Like, how long do you think it takes for, you know, Vanity Coffee shareholders to say, "Hey, we've been in a bear market for over a year, and this is killing our stock prices"? You know, they don't have Michael Saylor, and they don't have Michael Saylor's shareholders. So you got shareholders that don't understand, and a CEO that doesn't have the conviction to go through heat, and a board that's probably going to force their hand. So it's set up for some shit to fall apart. Another interesting side note. Look at Tesla's holdings. They're 12th, right? Look at SpaceX. What happens when SpaceX absorbs Tesla? Right up to
Becomes
5th place.
see. And then big time retail sell off.
I mean, retail for the most part is gone, you know, like honestly.
I feel like this whole Tesla SpaceX merger thing is just hyping retail up to be like, oh shit, they're about to go up like crazy, and
Well,
all
yeah,
retail
yeah. A
is
lot of
gonna
people
start
jumped.
buying.
Yeah, a lot of people had FOMO, and I mean, right now they're being rewarded for it, right? Because price has held. So, but yeah, I mean, let's just say when this goes, and remember, when this goes, it isn't. Oh, the traders made enough money and they're selling off. No, the team is now cashing out on their. Right, the team waited forever for this IPO. So you imagine, let's say you work for the team, you've got equity in the company, you've IPO'd, your shares went up to $230.
Yeah,
And
I'm
maybe you
selling.
had faith in the company, maybe you're holding to see if there's, but it's gonna get to the point, and probably somewhere around this big volume gap, that they're gonna sell, right? They're gonna sell and they're gonna buy their yachts and their mansions and shit, you know?
100%.
You can't be mad at them because that's the whole point of working in a private business that's planning on going
That's why I
public.
work there. Yo. You cannot be mad because I would also sell.
Kind of what we do. We sell highs. That's all Elon's doing is TPing into the top, right? Except the stock that he's buying is global liquidity. If you're dropping $1.7 trillion, and I know there's only a 4% float, but they're about to release a gang of more shares. Then I mean, who are you going to sell it to? You've got to sell it when global liquidity is at all-time highs. you have to get on an index when 401ks are at all-time highs, or else there's not going to be enough liquidity to absorb the company.
Is M2 topping out at this moment in time?
We're still on the way down until the 8th, and then we got to move up. But yeah, in real time, it's at all-time highs without the 100-day offset. Yeah, it's like a 4% float right now. But they did say in the filings that they were going to sell Class B shares. You know, they have to say what for, and this is the part that bothered me. Not bothered me, but this is the part that I feel that people don't understand. The people think that they're taking this money to build Falcon 9 rockets and go to the Space Explorer and they're not doing any of that shit, bro. That money's going right into building data centers in space for XAI, which is another thing that people don't understand they're buying when they buy SpaceX. They're buying XAI, which has been bleeding cash. They're buying Twitter, which has been bleeding cash. And then they're buying SpaceX, which is more concentrated in putting data centers, solar-powered data centers in the sky so that they can finish their loop. At that point, Elon will be unstoppable. Anything Elon wants to do, he won't need anybody's permission for.
Do you think solar panels are efficient enough to power data centers?
In space? Hell yeah. That's just straight, pure, constant energy. I did a full deep dive on it. I really got to post these, bro. I really got to post these because it'd be a lot easier to just pull up the link. But they're all like hiding in. I'm going to get Claude on it. I'm going to organize them, title them, and then I'm going to get Claude on the posting task, see if he can get it all done.
That's wild because working on this food truck, I set up 3 solar panels in a Delta Pro battery, and I've never set up solar before, but 1,300 watts a day, just pure free sun energy on powering multiple computers, you know, powering LED lighting, powering my hot water heater. All this stuff is being powered by the sun for free, and I'm like, damn, what the fuck am I paying bills for, bro? Like, why is this? How come I haven't done this earlier? It's crazy. Solar power is kind of crazy.
Now imagine be outside of the atmosphere without any of the blocking of the rays or anything from the clouds or solar, and you're just in the
that's
base
wild.
of it. So now you've got unlimited energy, which is the only thing that stopped. The only thing holding back AI is energy, right? That's the choke point. So you got your XAI, unlimited energy. You've got every Tesla car and every Optimus bot bringing back data. Right? Like he's aiming for the most powerful AI. But what's cool about it, in my opinion, even though it's some evil genius shit, but what's cool about it is it's a closed loop. He's got the manufacturing on lock. He's got the boring company for the mineral extraction for manufacturing. He's got the XAI for the LLM. He's got Tesla and the Optimus bots for the data collection. And then he's got the data centers in space that both take care of cooling issues and energy.
Every single piece.
And
of
he
that
runs
puzzle
every
was a
part of
lie.
it. He runs every single part of it.
Yeah, but every single piece of that puzzle was like a misdirection. All of those were advertised as something else, as what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
That's the scary part.
That's how it's
they
done.
lied the whole way.
I mean, think about it. This SpaceX IPO just made him the richest man in the world on paper by far, right? At that point, the only thing that bothers you, like, think about it. The only thing in life that could bother you is wanting to do something and somebody stopping you. Like literally, that's probably the only annoyance he has in life. And he just spent the last 7 years making sure that he's not going to have to deal with that forever. You know?
So you're saying lying is necessary to get what to do what you got to do.
America. Look at how he did. You know how he started. You remember that the Tesla highway that he made underneath the river from what was it, from the Bay Area to LA or whatever? You know how he started that? He had property on one side of the river and he asked for a permit to dig a hole on his property. Wasn't lying. He just didn't tell them he intended on making a hole underneath. It's one of those, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. So it's the same. He just basically did the same thing, right? It's like, well, I told you I wanted to, I wanted AI and I wanted autonomous vehicles and I wanted, you guys were excited about Neuralink. What, now I'm an evil genius? Like, what happened? So you start to put it all together. It's like, hold on, wait. Exactly how much power should one man have? And I'm not just salty because of Doge, maybe a little bit. But I'm adult enough to put that to the side and not
Why are
let
you
it affect
salty
my
about Doge?
opinion. Well, right? He was supposed to save us and he was going to make us all, trillionaires, Doge Army narrative.
Yeah, but that was a lie. Like it's all a lie.
Well, now you tell me.
You should know by now, bro. Everything they say is a freaking lie, bro.
But yeah, it is just interesting when you put all the things together. And a lot of it, I'll tell you, like, you're not going to hear about SpaceX acquiring Tesla anywhere else, or at least nobody was talking about it when I put the deep dive together. You're not going to, in my opinion, or at least I haven't seen these dots connected this way yet. So maybe I'm off, right? But it makes a lot of sense. And whether I'm off or not about the intention, the ability that it gives him is still, you know, I don't worry so much about intention, right? Like for me, it's like, what is he doing? I'll leave everybody else to figure out if he's going to use it for good or evil. Some people are like, yeah, but he's going to use it to save the world, and some people are like, no, he's going to enslave us in Mars. And it's like, I don't know about all that, bro. I just know what's going on, what he's doing, and what's the best, where's the best place to stand to sort of make money off of it, or at least not be affected negatively. Either or, it's fine with me. Price action is horrible.
It's not a pretty chart.
No, it's not. Gotta wrap up a couple things. I got school tomorrow too, so I gotta go to sleep early. There's plenty of liquidations up there, but they seem so far away. I think the bears might have smartened up with the being aggressive shit, right? Which makes it more difficult. You got a ton of EMAs and resistance to get through, and you don't have the liquidity to help until you get up at like 66. Interesting little dynamic.
For now.
Yeah, I did. I got enough of a chance to use it to where I sort of was able to figure out some of the differences. And I've got this prompt that I want to give y'all in AI class that helps it'll help your regular Claude think like Fable. It won't give you the compute power, right? So it's not going to be the same. But some of the organizational behavior that Fable has makes the workflow a lot quicker and cheaper and more effective and more accurate. So I'm calling it Timu Fable. Don't steal my name. But we should get it back. We should get access back. I played around with it, but if I would have known we were going to lose access, I would have got to work and got it to improve some of the projects that we've already created. Just optimize. super chat. What's going on, Viking? Top of the morning, brother. Yeah, that little stopping volume candle is held strong, but we still haven't even gotten a type 2 on the 15. But it's got potential.
Snipers don't care about the type 2, bruh.
Here. take you up on that, Viking. That's funny. No, you're stuck, damn it. You stay right there. I'm going to New York over the weekend. I'm not sure how long I'm staying yet. Honestly, it's probably just going to be 24 hours. If I can successfully run a stealth mission into New York City and not get discovered by any of my family members, I can make it out in 24 hours. If I happen to, if I happen to get spotted, I'm screwed. Because then I'm going to have to make stops and see everybody, or else I'm never going to hear the end of it. I've got a couple things pending too, so I'm not trying to spend too much time out there. New York City is going to be crazy anyways. I love it, but What, to the city? Just to go bask in the glory of the world's greatest basketball team ever. All right, y'all, I'm done. CypherBot just got the autonomous treatment. So everything about CypherBot is the same. Your gem link is the same. He got some updated instructions on gem. And he'll be posting updates. And he'll also be pointing towards some of the stuff that the other agents are posting. Go take a look at the CypherBot channel when you get a chance, and you'll see an example of what you'll get every day. I can just show you here. So instead of having to go to CypherBot and prompt him for the market update, it'll post. It's going to post once during the US session, once during the Asian session, and once during UK. You update a top 10 plus the runners, or top 20, I believe, plus anything that happens to be running. Key metrics, talking points, daily mover, small educational pieces, whatever it feels like putting in. Bitcoin 4-year cycle update. Enjoy. All right, y'all. I think I hit a wall. Finished updating Moby. I just posted all the updates I added, how to interact with it, the links, all that good stuff in the Discord. I really need to stop letting them write their own Discord messages, or at least I need to start reading them before I post them. Cypherbot keeps calling me dad. Not until we start to break some levels, and we haven't even taken out the highs. Could be, yes. But you'll have to forgive me if I don't get excited after the day we had, you know? Yeah, that's true too. Lull you to sleep. It's very possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Only thing it's really got going for it at this point is that it broke that that downtrend. Yeah, I'm closing shop for the day. So we officially got the Cypher News Daily team updating. We've got market open and close information right as the market open and closes in the market open close room. Cypher government insiders watching our congressmen and our SEC filings. Moby is killing it right now. Moby just posted, since the last time I checked, he posted 77 times. Watching the whales and Cypherbot doing his job just better autonomously now. It's all coming together. All right, y'all, we're at 7 hours. I should reset because I'm not going to be awake by the time we hit 11 hours. I'll reset before I take off. I got to finish a couple things before I can go. I mean, it can fail. Before you take that type 4 entry, you want to see that volume start to pick up. Right? If you see buyers stepping in and you see aggressive moves on the tape, then that means you weren't the only one that saw that type 4 entry, right? You want evidence that other people are picking it up. Yeah, no problem, bro. It could get spoofed. I mean, I didn't like the way that it was blinking earlier. But so far it's pretty solid. Anything else pop up that's worth looking at? Damn, it's all alone. That's crazy. Go on to higher time frames and see what we're looking at. And then I gotta go for real. Need more than 148. Put this at 1,000. Nope. Nada. Market spoofed, y'all. I mean, spooked right now. If we look at poly market bets on 4 hour, what are we betting, up or down? Looks like they're betting up. Yeah, 47%. 47% that it hits 67.4. But these are long bets. Like this is a 12-day bet. Let me restart the stream. We'll be right back with a fresh stream for good luck. Hit that like, hit that subscribe button. And I'll catch y'all on the other side. It'll take me 1 minute to refresh.